T-R-U-F. Truth.
He's the mirage in the rear view glass.
It's Ray from Dallas.
Was he here? Was he there? Was he ever mine?
Ray from Dallas?
Just a trick played by time.
This dude is savage as fuck.
Or just a dream?
What up, Ray from Dallas?
Ray from Dallas, tell me true.
He's fun.
Hi, Ray.
This appears to be a black man.
Ray from Dallas.
Let's take this walk.
Is he real or just a dream? Falling stars or a laser beam? Ray from Dallas, tell me true. Are you the myth or the man I knew?
This dude is
Savage as fuck.
To the stage, this motherfucker. I don't know why the fuck it ain't got no emoji up there. I don't know why I got. Oh, there we go. There we go. Salute, 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 everybody. Oh shit. All right, salute, salute, salute. I know Mr. Blunder was in full effect. Don't get it twisted. I know it. I know it. But we back. We just waiting on them. Uh-oh, look. I got a winner. I think I got a winner, y'all. It's time. I'm back.
The state and for defendant are present. Ms. Richins is present. Ms. Lewis, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Blood.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, would you tap that microphone for me?
Sure.
I don't know. I'm sorry. There you go. Great. That should be fine. Brittany will let you know if it's not. We're ready for the jury.
All right, y'all.
Katie, is there a slide deck that we're playing?
Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe. Please, share. It's the defense, man. It's time for them to put on
Okay.
the closing argument. Listen, hold on. Hey, y'all, it's the defense in that turn, y'all. Now, it's time for them to put on the closing argument of their life. Of their life. But y'all make sure y'all share and like this for me, please.
Ready to go? Yeah.
Oh, okay. But it's not up yet. Okay.
I love y'all, man, for real, and I appreciate y'all. Come on, Kouri. Come on, defense. Hey, y'all, this got to be masterful, y'all. This closing by the defense has to be masterful. Like we said last night, we know what the public perception is of this woman in Kouri Richins. Even though the evidence, even though the motherfuckers lying, even though the prosecutors didn't bring up Driscoll, this has to be the closing of a lifetime.
Please have a seat as you come in.
Ocean, salute, beautiful. Jordan, Georgina, pretty kooky. Charlie, Emma Rose, I love all y'all. Jay Cornish in the building.
Thank you for your patience.
Love you
We'll
to death.
continue with closing arguments. Ms. Lewis.
Hey, it's time for closing arguments, y'all. Let's get ready.
In the early morning hours of March 4th, 2022, the house was quiet. Kouri Richins fell asleep in her young son's room, like many parents do. At some point in the night, she gets up and walks back down the hallway to her bedroom. She slips back into bed beside her husband. She settles in next to him. She reaches over, and he feels cold. Kouri Richins, the father of her children, the man that she has built a life with. Something feels wrong. She pulls the blanket up around him, but something still isn't right. He feels heavy. She turns on the light. And when she looks at her husband, really looks at him, she realizes something is terribly wrong. And in that instant, in that bedroom, in the quiet early of the morning, Kouri Richins' world collapsed.
It's true.
Reasonable doubt. It's not just a slogan. It's not just a suggestion. It's a constitutional shield.
Yes.
It protects the innocent and prevents the state from punishing without truth.
Thank you.
And it is the state that has that high burden, the highest burden under the law, to prove each and every single element of each and every charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt.
Talk to him.
The state stood up on day one and they told you they were going to prove that Kouri Richins had the means,
Oh.
motive, and the opportunity to kill Eric Richins. And we're going to talk about each of these, but first, I want to talk a little more about reasonable doubt. I've told juries for a long time that one way to understand reasonable doubt is, are there other reasonable explanations as to what happened? As you look at the evidence, if there are other reasonable explanations, this is reasonable doubt. And you have to find Kouri not guilty. I put to you that every fact that the state has put forth to say that Ms. Richins is guilty has another reasonable explanation. Let's go back to March 3rd, 2022. From everything we've heard during this trial, Kouri and Eric were happy that night. They were celebrating. Kouri was just about to close on the Midway Mansion. Rightly or wrongly, she believed that this was going to be the deal that put her over the top. The deal that had made everything she'd done with her business, the good, the bad, and the ugly, all worth it. The night of March 3rd, they have a celebratory drink. They go to bed, and then Kouri hears one of her sons cry out. And like parents all over the world do, she goes in to lie down on the floor of her son's room. An ally or the truth? She wasn't inconsistent when she told this story. She told everyone, I was lying in Ash's room, I was lying down with him. What does reason tell you? What does experience tell you? When she wakes up, she goes back to her room. Eric appears to be asleep. We don't know for sure what happens over the next 15 minutes or so. The state asks you to leap to conclusions about what she was doing during that time. Yet they have not shown you any evidence of this. They just tell you to believe it.
Yep.
She goes to the bathroom. She picks up her phone. She opens up her phone all the time, staying away from it for an hour or two. She goes to the bathroom. Maybe she walks to the kitchen. Maybe she gets a drink of water. Maybe she lets out the dog. And then she goes back to her bedroom, phone probably in hand, gets into the bed, next to her husband, again, realizes he's cold, blows up the blanket, realizes something's wrong, and turns on the light. It probably takes a moment or two for her brain to register what she's seen. And then she makes that call that nobody ever wants to make. She calls 911. A big part of this state's case is that Ms. Richins is not grieving properly. You heard this from a couple of different witnesses, 2 or 3. What does that mean? I was unexpectedly widowed when I was not much older than Kouri, and I had 2 boys. How do you judge someone in that moment? If I've learned one thing during this trial, I've learned I didn't grieve right. I didn't know that, but it's clear now that I didn't. They want you to look at a woman in the worst moment of her life and to judge her grief. There is no wrong way to grieve. They're asking you to judge how she is acting at that moment and then use that moment of evidence of guilt. In the opening, we pointed out, go ahead and put it on the state looks at facts one way and sees a witness. But if you look at those facts another way, you see a witness. Here's an example. Hands over her face, curled up. A witch, hiding because she's done something wrong, or a widow, hiding and blocking out what has just happened to her, what has just happened to her children, what has just happened to her family and to her life. Look familiar? Portrayals of women grieving in art. Portrayals of women in grief. The state tells you during evidence that, she didn't immediately talk to Kouri Richins when he came to the house because she felt so guilty she couldn't talk to him. Or was it because she didn't want to tell a father his son had died? She didn't tell the boys when she should have. It was weird. She didn't go talk to them. They were in the playroom. Again, because she felt guilty, or because she was dreading the most difficult conversation, the conversation no mother ever wants to have with her young son.
Oh, for real?
Their father is dead.
Y'all can hear?
The father that everyone agrees was a wonderful father is gone, and she has to tell those little boys, you're never going to see him again. Believe me, that conversation may be the worst moment in a mother's life. How can a woman be judged on how she handles that moment? You heard her friend Ellie staking. When Allie arrived at the home that day, she said Kouri was clearly upset. She said she was distraught. This is someone who's known her since junior high, not an officer who met her 5 minutes ago. She said Kouri was acting as you would expect. That night, friends came over to talk about Eric, to drink to Eric. Awake is what the Irish call it. The state wants you to leap to the conclusion that night, Kouri was celebrating Eric's death. You heard Allie talking. They were celebrating Eric's life. They kept it light for the boys. They were dancing, they were smiling. All of them were, even Eric's sister. Can we not smile in our grief? They want to tell you no. But reason and experience tells you differently. Let's talk about the investigation. The investigation in this matter was nothing but sloppy. It was driven by bias. Did you notice during the state's closing, they didn't really even talk about the investigation? Instead, they speculated. What was in people's heads? What were they thinking? Speculation, conjecture, not proof. Instead of looking at the evidence to determine what happened, the state they determined what happened, and then they found the evidence to support it. This is confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is when you favor evidence that supports a belief and ignore evidence that contradicts it. That is how this entire case was investigated, working backwards from a conclusion. It started on March 4th. Detective Woody, before she's even entered the home, Amy Richins tells her they think Kouri is somehow involved. Then both Katie and Amy Richins tell Detective Woody they think this is because she recently found out about a trust Eric created. Immediately, this influenced this investigation. But what happened that first day? They found nothing to support foul play. Kouri tells them he was a user of THC gummies, that maybe he used one that night. They never ask where the gummies are. They do a cursory search of the bedroom and bathroom. They admit that they don't look in places where the gummies were found a month later, high up in the bathroom, high above the refrigerator, high up in the laundry room, somewhere in a pocket of either Kouri or Eric's jacket in a closet. All places where they would have been put out of reach of children. But they didn't find any of them that day. You know what else they didn't do? They didn't secure the scene. They moved things around. They told you they didn't have probable cause to search the whole house. We couldn't search the whole house. All we could do was look in the bedroom and the bathroom. But they could have asked for consent. Kouri gave them consent when they asked to search one place outside of the bedroom. The entire house could have been searched that day, but they didn't do it. They didn't even ask. What else happens that morning? Officer Nguyen, he does his death checklist. He says, did he have any history of prescription abuse? Did he have any history of illicit drug use? And what does Kouri tell him? No. How easy would it have been to just say yes? If she had just killed him with illicit drugs, why in the name of God did she just not say yes? Had she said yes, we probably wouldn't all be sitting here today. She didn't say yes because she did not know how he did it.
Man, talk that shit, Miss Lee. Why wouldn't she just say yes? Officer Nguyen, you know that head and shoulders Gumby haircut wearing motherfucker. I hope them Latter-day Saints are listening in that jury.
Over the last 4 years, they've gone back to that house 10 more times. And they still can't tell you what happened the early morning of March 4th, 2022. 10 warrants. That's a lot. That's not
a lot.
They were still searching for evidence on February 9th of this year, 2 weeks before trial. 4 years of investigation. They're still trying to find evidence.
Oh, wait.
To make their case because they know they don't have enough.
Talk that shit, Miss Lee.
Still trying to prove Kouri Richins guilty.
Ooh, she on fire.
So let's talk about Todd Gabler. In comes Todd Gabler, the private investigator.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Jeff Driscoll told you, well, he was an investigator for the estate. Just the civil case. Seriously? He's putting trackers on the car of Kouri, her mother, her brother. He's trying to track Carmen Lauber's car. He's providing evidence to the police. Detective Woody testified that this information from the private investigator is what helped advance their investigation. He testified he was in the house alone numerous times, finding things the police didn't, not using gloves, calling law enforcement when he found things. He said he didn't need a babysitter while he did all these things, which is different than what Clint Benson told you.
Oh, yeah.
He said nobody was ever in that house without me being there. That wasn't true. What he told you wasn't true. Todd Gabler was in and out of that house numerous times by himself. He also told you that he was completely fair and unbiased, testing 2 hypotheses. Mm-hmm. His hypotheses: suicide and homicide. Ignoring the others, including accident. And how did he handle this unbiased testing of hypotheses? You heard Josh Grossman. He said the first time he talked to Todd Gabler said right out of the gate, Kouri killed Eric. Josh told you that tainted what he thought of next.
Yep.
How does it not taint an interview when your opening line is, oh, Kouri killed Eric, so now let's tell me what you have, what you know.
Not too far too long, Christina.
He started
Thank
looking back
you.
at things differently than he had before because of that. Like I said, he tracked Kouri's car, he tracked her family's car, he tracked Carmen's Lauber car. He didn't track Cody Wright's car. He had more to gain from Eric's death than anyone. He didn't track anyone involved in the civil case regarding the trust. He only tracked people that he thought might lead to information for law enforcement. Did he follow up on Eric's trip to Mexico shortly before the death? No. Did he go to Mexico? Did he try and figure out where Eric had been in Sonora, Mexico? No. Nothing about that investigation was unbiased. Nothing. He passed it all on to law enforcement. And then what he did is he said to law enforcement, you should talk to Carmen Lauber. She's on the ropes in drug court. This would be a really good time to interview her because she would be very likely to be compliant this time. Everything about this investigation led by the Richins family. They started on day one and they continued.
Man, I wish I was that Mary B.
They are the ones who initially hired and paid for experts. Their private investigator gave the information to the police. You know, and by the way, Gabler testified that he followed all the rules of being a private investigator. And that may very well be true. But he doesn't have to operate under the Constitution. There's a reason that we have rights under the Constitution. There is a reason that law enforcement has to get warrants to enter your home.
Free to go.
To take electronics, to search your house. It is to protect the citizens of our country. It is to protect the innocent. Sidestepping these important constitutional rights by hiring a private investigator who then let law enforcement know what to do taints this entire investigation.
So do.
And you know what? That is terrifying.
Man,
It's terrifying. If someone has enough money to hire a PI, they can circumvent our constitutional rights, dig into every aspect of our rights, of our lives, and turn it over to police. We have
that's terrifying. Boy, talk that shit, Miss Lee.
Constitution for a reason. Is to protect us all. I want to talk about the lead investigator, Jeff O'Driscoll. Here's what he testified that his investigation consisted of. He got assigned to the case sometime in March of 2023. He got a search warrant for some medical records. He thinks he got a search warrant for a couple of cell phones. He interviewed Chelsea Barney, where they discovered that they were wrong about some text messages. Law enforcement was wrong with what they thought they were looking for. He interviewed someone named Jake Sorensen, who must not have had anything important to say because we never heard from him. Then he interviews Carmen Lauber because he was told to by the private investigator. That's it. That was the investigation. He didn't investigate any other leads. He didn't attempt to corroborate information, particularly in the letter that we saw that Kouri wrote to her mother, the walk the dog letter.
Yeah, talk
now,
to
he
him.
told you he didn't need to corroborate that because he didn't get that letter till after Kouri was arrested. So, you know, once the state was done, you wouldn't want to start looking for things that might show her innocent. You've arrested her.
Oh, my.
Interestingly, they were told they were executing search warrants. They were trying to find evidence for guilt, but they weren't looking at any evidence that might show innocence. It is absolutely possible that everything she said in that letter was true. In fact, at least 3 things in that letter were corroborated by the state's own witnesses. But they didn't investigate it. Again, ignore what might contradict your theory. Confirmation bias, reasonable doubt. Also remember that letter never went to anyone. So it was nothing more than thoughts on paper. That's all that letter was. What else did he do? He didn't interview the person Eric was talking to in Mexico the night of his death, and we'll come back to that. But he didn't follow up on that. He said that. I didn't follow up on one where Eric went in Mexico or who he was communicating with in Mexico when he was there. He didn't investigate what Eric did or where he went on February 14th, 2022. He didn't follow up to see if did Eric go to the hospital that day. In fact, he did nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. What else? He didn't find fentanyl anywhere. Allegedly, there were 90 to 120 pills of something. At least oxycodone. Where were they? I guess somebody took them, but they didn't have them. So whatever pills Carmen may or may not have provided to Kouri were gone. They no longer existed. They couldn't find or test those pills. And we do know that she bought oxycodone. But you know what? There was no oxycodone in Eric's stomach that night. So instead, Detective O'Driscoll says, well, we wanted to corroborate Carmen's story. I mean, we were going to corroborate it. We weren't just going to go by it. The story that they fed her. They want to corroborate the truth. They wanted to corroborate a story. Again, let's find what confirms our theory. Let's ignore what doesn't. Confirmation bias. Reasonable doubt. Sitting here in this courtroom after 4 years of investigation, there was an awful lot that O'Driscoll just could not tell you. Things he couldn't remember. He couldn't remember what people had told him in interviews. For example, he was asked, did you interview Eric's allergy doctor? Well, yes, but I can't remember what he said. Well, it might have been important because he testified the EpiPens in the house belonged to the children.
Oh, no.
Maybe because Eric had recently used his a couple of weeks earlier when he had an allergic reaction. He said, well, I'll have a few minutes. I could find out what was said. I could give you more information. We were in trial. It was on the stand.
Yes.
4 years after Eric had died. 3 years after he'd been appointed as lead investigator. And either he wasn't prepared to testify or he just didn't know. He is the lead investigator.
Yeah.
Now the state elicited testimony from him that how could he possibly know the entire case? It's just too much. I couldn't know all of that information. He's the one they put on. He's the one they relied on to testify about this investigation. You didn't hear from anyone else about the last 3 years of that investigation. They chose him.
They chose him.
You know what else he couldn't testify to? He couldn't testify how the fentanyl got into Eric's system. He said, well, he ingested it. There was no evidence, none, that fentanyl was put in a drink. That was argument. Argument is not evidence. And they waited until closing to tell you, oh, she put it in a drink without any evidence.
Ooh, talk that shit.
Okay, she made him a drink that night, but that's it. She made him a drink. There's no evidence that fentanyl was in that drink. And the lead detective who couldn't tell you anything, he sat through this entire trial. He heard every witness testify. He had an opportunity to form his answers or reform his answers based on what he knew other people had said. And yet he still didn't know the evidence.
Talk that shit, Miss Lee.
I want to talk a minute about deleted texts and the phone searches just quickly. Deleted texts. They said there were deleted texts off Kouri's phone, and that it looks like that probably was true. Why would you delete texts off your phone? Maybe because you were having an affair
Yes.
over the last 2 years. You might want to delete that off your phone. before your whole husband's family finds out about it. Maybe because she was buying oxycodone. I mean, she asked Carmen for pain pills. Doesn't mean she killed her husband, but you probably want
You
that
missed prosecution.
off of your phone. The phone searches. So the evidence showed that Kouri found out on April 13th that Eric died of a fentanyl overdose. And that's the day they took her phone and she gets a new phone. These searches are all done on that new phone. Searches of how much fentanyl does it take to kill someone, or how much fentanyl is a lethal overdose? I don't remember exactly. Yeah, because she just found out her husband died of a lethal overdose of fentanyl. You might want to know what that means.
Thank you.
And she texted other things. They said, oh, she texted about women's prisons. Of course she's worried. An innocent person would be worried. Anyone would be worried if they just found out that they are a suspect in a homicide investigation. She would have been scared to death. She was looking for information based on what she found out after her died. All right, what do we know about those last few hours before Eric's death? It's not a lot, but we do know some things from the autopsy and the toxicology reports. We know that he had fentanyl in both his blood and his stomach. We know he had quetiapine and alcohol only in his stomach and not his blood. So this means the quetiapine had to be taken after the fentanyl. Had they been taken together, they would have both been in his blood.
Oh, talk that shit.
We know there was no histamine response, no anaphylaxis. So he had not had an allergic reaction to anything in his body that night, including fentanyl. The state wants you to believe that the allergic reaction he had on February 14th was to fentanyl. If he had an allergic reaction on February 14th, he would have had one again 3 weeks later. Now, I know the toxicologist testified, well, you don't have an allergic reaction every time, and you can look at her testimony, but it was a little bit hard to understand, but I believe she was talking about, you might eat peanuts for a lot of times and then have an allergic reaction, and then it starts. Once you have an allergic reaction to something, it doesn't typically go away. We know he had norfentanyl in his body, and this is because his body had started to metabolize the fentanyl. The state's toxicologist told you that the fentanyl could have been left over from a previous use. That was a possibility. Another reasonable possibility. The fentanyl was there from a previous use. That was the evidence. That is reasonable doubt. What else do we know from the ME and the toxicologist? Well, we know that the fentanyl was not put in a drink. And how do we know this? There was only fentanyl in the blood and not alcohol. The state's toxicologist leaned toward the fact that maybe Eric didn't even drink alcohol, that the alcohol in his stomach was post-mortem decomposition. But the other scenario that she said that was possible was that Eric took the fentanyl, then took the quetiapine, had a small amount of alcohol. She testified that it would take 15 to 60 minutes for fentanyl to make its way into the blood. That alcohol takes 15 to 30 minutes to make its way into the blood. So if the alcohol and fentanyl were taken together, they both would have been there at the same time in the blood. But just the fact that one reasonable possibility is that the fentanyl was taken before the quetiapine and the alcohol gives you reasonable doubt that it was placed in a drink an hour earlier. Now the state's saying, well, maybe she put it in a non-alcoholic drink. So their celebratory drink maybe didn't have alcohol in it. There's no evidence of that, but they're throwing around a lot of theories. Why is that? Because they don't know what happened.
Exactly.
Dr. Christensen and Dr. Ulmer testified that the manner of death could not be determined. This is really important. Dr. Christensen testified the ME's office didn't know enough about Eric's history to determine if it was an accident. They also didn't have enough information to determine it was a homicide. The ME had at least a reasonable doubt as to the cause of death. And the ME isn't held to the high standard that the state is. And there was no evidence that the autopsy couldn't have been amended at a later date if additional information was received. The ME testified, excuse me, the ME didn't tell you that they couldn't amend the autopsy. He just told you they didn't. What else didn't they do? Why didn't they do a hair follicle test? Dr. Christensen said, well, we don't do that unless we're asked to. We should be asked to do that by law enforcement. Again, Summit County was only looking for evidence to confirm their theory. Evidence to support that Kouri was behind Eric's death. They did not want to look for evidence that contradicted that theory. Had they done that test, we might have our answer. Confirmation bias.
Yeah, hold on,
All
Mo. Why didn't do a hair follicle, Mo? Because we're only asking we were supposed to. This is a death investigation. This is a homicide. You telling me you illiterate, incapable motherfuckers didn't do a hair test?
Let's start with the means. The state did not and cannot prove that Kouri ever purchased fentanyl. Carmen Lauber, interestingly, they barely mentioned Carmen Lauber in their closing. The only witness who can put fentanyl into Kouri's hand. Let's talk about her testimony. Admittedly,
Mo. They barely mentioned her. They didn't say nothing about her line. They barely mentioned her. Hey, Miss Lee, talk your shit.
a lot of it was painful to watch. And in some ways, she's sympathetic. But she is looking at multiple long prison sentences. And her only way out, her only way was to testify at this trial. But what she could not do was put fentanyl in Kouri Richins' hands. She told you that she had no memory of what actually took place in 2022. During those interviews, she told detectives over and over again, my brain is fried. I've been using drugs since 6th grade. My memory is gone. So what she testified to you wasn't what she remembered. She admitted on the stand that what she testified to was what she had been shown, what she had been told.
Yeah.
Detective O'Driscoll told you that Carmen Lauber could not remember the purchase of drugs after Eric died. When asked by Ms. Nestor if at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric's death, his response was, her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that supported that. You know what? She did testify to that. She testified at length and in detail about something that even Detective O'Driscoll said she didn't remember. Carmen Lauber was not able to tell you that she bought fentanyl. She agreed on the stand that it was the detectives that first put the word fentanyl in her mouth. She was told by detectives in this case that she bought fentanyl. Eric died of fentanyl. You bought drugs. You bought fentanyl. She took that story and she ran with it because she had everything to lose. And Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard told her, you are getting a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card. And what do you have to do to get that big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card?
Tell us.
Give them the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Did they come with the monopoly? Get out of jail freak. Oh my boy, y'all got Miss Lee fucked up. She on fire. Talk to him, Miss Lee.
You heard that from O'Driscoll's own mouth. He tried to explain it away. But he went in and he told this woman, get out of jail free card. Give us the details to ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. She had to tell them that. She had to tell you that. She had to say she purchased fentanyl. The detectives walked into those interviews not to find out what happened, but to get Ms. Lauber to confirm what they already had decided happened. Again, confirmation bias. She told them at that first interview, I literally never dealt with fentanyl. And she had reason not to deal with fentanyl. She told you that. She had a daughter who had overdosed from fentanyl.
Ooh.
She was afraid of fentanyl. She told them that Kouri asked for something for an investor's bad back. Maybe it was for Eric, but she told them that Kouri asked for an investor's bad back. And that later she asked for something stronger. She asked for the Michael Jackson drug.
Talk to him.
She told them Kouri never asked for fentanyl. She admitted that she got the word fentanyl from Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard. She told them she couldn't remember. She asked them to lay it out for her, to put the pieces of the puzzle together, to write it down, and I'll sign it. They argued that was because, well, she didn't want to write it in her cell. That's why they wanted us to write it. Well, she could write it right there at the table, I suppose. But you know what else? Remember? She also told the assistant United States attorney basically the same thing. Put it together for me. And the U.S. attorney, or the assistant U.S. attorney, said, oh, we don't do it that way.
Boy, yeah, the district U.S. attorney say, what? Carmen, you better sit your dumb ass down and write that shit yourself. Who does that? If a jury heard that, write it for me like the detectives did, man.
You have to tell us what you remember. They literally offered a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card. In the state's last question to Detective O'Driscoll, they brought up the TV show The House of Cards, but who held all of the cards in this case? Jeff O'Driscoll told you. Carmen Lauber held all of the cards. Their entire House of Cards is being held up by her. And now at trial 3 years later, she comes in here and says she bought oxycodone once and fentanyl 3 times. Oh, she had her story down. She told it very nicely on direct. But when pressed, she couldn't remember anything. Not from 2022, not from 2023. She couldn't remember on Friday what she testified to on Thursday. And you know, I didn't ask her about her mental health or her learning disability to be mean. I asked her because it explains why she was so easily convinced by law enforcement and what she needed to say.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Man, I'm telling y'all right here. I'm sorry. That is a Michael Jordan vicious slam dunk. Because they criticized her, right? For asking her about that. She said, I ain't asked her that because she was mean. I asked her that because that show you how easily she was influenced by law enforcement. This woman right here is great.
She described her learning disability as low education. Well, you can decide what that means for yourself, but one possibility is she has an intellectual disability. And if that is the case, she is more vulnerable to suggestibility. Easy to manipulate. They took advantage of us. We all saw it. They did too, but they had to find someone who would confirm their theory. But you know what? Through all of this, there were a handful of things that Carmen Lauber was consistent about. There were a few. Kouri asked for some pain medication. Kouri said that in the Walk the Dog letter. Then she told you, I brought oxycodone from Susan Kohler on February 11th. Prescription oxycodone. Now that's important because if Kouri had any pain pills before February 14th, these were likely what she had. She said Kouri never asked for fentanyl. She said that in all of her interviews. Carmen never asked Robert Crozier for fentanyl. She said that. She was consistent with that. That she bought pills from Robert Crozier. That the pills she got from him were light green, 15 to 20 milligram oxycodone pills. When she bought from him again, she asked for more of the same. Those are the things she said throughout. Everything she said, every other thing she said has changed multiple times. It changed again while she was on the stand. Now she says the number of purchases were more. That changed. That changed. For the first time, she says that Crozier was the first one to say the word fentanyl. First time that. Wasn't in the interviews.
Oh, wait.
She's not a truthful person. There were a couple of little things she lied on the stand about. Not super important, but I'm going to point them out because they were just untruths. When I asked her if she was on any medication for her anxiety or any other illnesses, she said no. But then later, when Mr. Bloodworth asked her, she said yes, she was on medications. They were in her car in her purse. She told you Nancy Peterson drove to buy the drugs because she didn't have a driver's license. When we showed her that photo was reversed and that she was driving, did you notice how smoothly that story changed? Oh, well, yeah, I drove one way, she drove the other. By the way, where's Nancy Peterson? There was someone who might have been able to confirm Carmen's story. We didn't hear from her. What else did Carmen lie about?
Keep going.
She said on that stand, and she told you, I never violated drug court after I got out, my get out of jail free card in May of 2023. But then when confronted, she had to admit, oh, yeah, I did. That's right. She told you, well, I was holding a can of alcohol, but I didn't drink it. When confronted, though, she had to admit that wasn't true. She said on this stand, she told you that. Oh, I just held it. Oh, but you told your probation officer you drank it. Oh, yeah, I guess I drank it. But what's the most important thing she admitted to lying to?
The judge.
She lied to a judge.
Talk that shit.
Lied to a judge.
A
by
fucking
writing a letter saying that she had been 100% compliant with drug court.
She lied to a judge to go get some peanuts in Las Vegas, y'all. Remember, I've been stressing that. I'm talking about this shows you how sorry her dude was. He couldn't even take a plane. She was so desperate for peanuts, she lied to a judge.
And why did she lie to that judge? She wanted to go to Vegas. And she told you on the stand, she admitted it. Yeah, I was untruthful with the judge to get something that I wanted. She was untruthful because she wanted to go to Vegas.
Ooh.
There is a lot more at stake here.
I lied to the judge to get what I wanted. Oh my God.
Than going to Vegas. She is again being untruthful to get what she wants. And what she wants this time is to stay out of prison.
I'm sorry, y'all.
And she will say whatever she needs to make that happen. You know what else she got by telling that story in addition to her get out of jail free card? She also got an advance straight to go and pass drug court on the way card. No more showing up at drug court. And she told you drug court's tough, but she didn't have to go anymore.
So did.
No regular check-ins. She just had to text hi or love her. And most importantly, no more drug tests. She's still on probation. Still waiting to go to court, see if her charges will be dismissed. And she's not being drug tested.
Oh.
Is she telling you the truth about being clean? We have absolutely no way to know. She got everything she wanted by testifying to things that she admitted she had no memory of. Can you feel for Carmen Lauber? You can. Can you believe her beyond a reasonable doubt?
No.
You cannot.
Fuck no.
And if you can't believe her beyond a reasonable doubt, you have to find Kouri Richins not guilty.
Ooh, talk that shit. Ooh.
I want to talk about Robert Crozier because he's also an addict and he also changed his story.
So
What makes
did.
him different? First, his original story was given in a 13-minute interview while he was coming down from drugs. Not in 10 hours of interviews over multiple days. Detectives came in and they told him.
That's Becky Lord.
So we already know. We know you sold fentanyl. You just need to confirm it. We won't jam you up. Just tell us you sold fentanyl. And he agreed with them. And they asked, did Carmen Lauber know she got fentanyl? And he said, absolutely. But what did he explain to you on the stand? Now that he's been through rehab, now that we know he's sober, he gave people what they asked for when he was selling drugs. He always gave them what they asked for. So when detectives came in and said, well, you sold Carmen fentanyl, Carmen asked for fentanyl, he said yes. He said, what I meant is, if that's what she asked for, that's what I gave her. What else makes him different, though, from Carmen Lambert? He changed his story from what the prosecution wanted him to say to what they didn't want him to say.
Talk that shit. Didn't I mention that? I said that dude right there got more to lose. He like, if I corroborate, get out of jail free card like Carmen. He came on there and told the truth. You know why? Because Miss Lee just said it. Because he's actually clean. But Miss Lee talking that shit.
Not the other way around. Why do this? Why would he risk his immunity? It would have been so much easier for him just to stick with his original story.
Oh,
Let's go back.
talk that shit.
So he gets that original story in April of 23. He sobers up. He meets with the state. He meets with Mr. Blubber in April of 25 before he ever spoke to me or to Mr. Berman. And he tells them at that time that he got it wrong. He says, no, I sold Carmen oxycodone, not fentanyl. And how does he know this? He told you. Because he didn't start selling fentanyl until late 2022. And he sold to Carmen Lambert in early 2022. Also, his source gave him fentanyl that was so dark, it was almost purple. It wasn't light green. It wasn't light blue. Okay, so then he meets with our team in October of 25. He says the same thing. He signed an affidavit swearing it to be true. He testified the same thing at trial. I was only selling Oxy in 2022. And not only that, he told you his prescription Oxy.
Miss Lily,
from a
salute,
pharmacy.
baby.
So not fake Oxy that was actually fentanyl, but real Oxy. And he was a bit of an expert on the topic. I think he knew more than the drug expert did. Light green pills, those were 15 to 20 milligram pills. Light blue pills, those were 30 milligram pills. His prescription was 10 milligram pills. He knew his stuff. He was a pretty successful drug dealer. And he told you when I sold fentanyl, those pills were almost purple. What did he have to gain by testifying to this? He's never met Kouri Richins. He'd never met Eric Richins. He didn't know Carmen. He isn't getting anything from anyone. It's for these reasons that his testimony is more credible than Carmen's. Her freedom was at stake, so she had to say fentanyl. She has to give them Kouri. He has nothing to gain.
Nothing.
He just told you the truth.
Oh, my.
The state told you in closing that they traced the fentanyl. It's absolutely not true. Carmen never even looked at those pills. She didn't test those pills. She didn't take any of them, according to her. And we don't know where any of them are. Where are these some odd 90 to 100 pills? They didn't trace that fentanyl. We have no idea where that is. They didn't trace any fentanyl. So how did Eric end up ingesting fentanyl? What other reasonable explanation might there be? You know, I'm not going to stand here and say to you that Eric Richins was a drug addict. He wasn't a Carmen Lambert. He wasn't a Robert Carter. I don't think the evidence shows that. But that doesn't mean he didn't use. That doesn't mean he didn't ask Kouri to get him pain pills. He probably did. So what do we know? We know Eric was in pain. He had Lyme disease, which can be very painful. He had back pain. He had knee pain. We know he'd been in Mexico not long before his death. Look at what he was doing right before his death. So right before his death, he's texting Pedro Sonora, back and forth, back and forth. Did they interview him? Like we said, no.
Nope.
He texts his friend Scott Wagner, more, Pedro Sonora, from 8:30, between 8:30 and 8:36, he texts him 1, 2, 3, well, these are back and forth. But between them, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 texts. He gets a call from Scott Wagner. What's his last Google search? How far is it from Scottsdale to Nogales? And then he gets a text from Raul. We also don't know anything about Raul. Maybe he made other calls. The state said maybe Kouri was calling on the Wi-Fi. Maybe so was he. We don't know who else he talked to, but this is what we do know. Oh, which this is a good place to bring up, I think, that the state did stand up here and they told you that we said things in opening that didn't come in during trial, and that's true. Strategies change during trial. But remember, we are not the ones under an obligation to put on any evidence. It's not us. We're not under an obligation to prove anything. It's them. Okay, so what else do we find on that first day that Eric died? What else do they find? The hydrocodone bottle. Whatever happened to that bottle? Why wasn't it tested? What was kept in that bottle? The bottle sitting right by the bed on Eric's nightstand, right next to his phone and watch that were placed only in his charger. An expired prescription bottle with nothing in it but residue. And you can see the residue there. Why would that be sitting out? A 6-year-old prescription bottle. What might be the best way to bring illegal pills back from Mexico? Put them in a prescription bottle? Put them in your suitcase? What might be the best way to store your illicit oxycodone? Stick them in a prescription bottle? Put them by your bed? And now that bottle's gone, and nobody knows where it is, and nobody tested it. And you saw that white powder, and you can look back when you go back, but you saw that white powdery residue on the nightstand next to Eric. Nobody tested that either. So what's another explanation? What could have happened? Eric was about to take his last pain pill out of that bottle that he kept by the side of his bed. He's on the phone with people in Mexico. He's checking how long it takes to drive from Scottsdale to Nogales. Maybe he knew he was getting fentanyl in Mexico. Maybe he thought it was something else, and he accidentally got fentanyl. Maybe had they tested that bottle, we would know.
Yeah,
they didn't.
They didn't. Oh, she good.
You know what else we know, though? We know he had a prescription for naltrexone, and it appears he wasn't taking it. A drug used to help people control craving for drugs and alcohol. It's not a drug used to treat Lyme disease.
I
There's
missed
a reasonable
that.
alternative. Reasonable doubt. All right, I'm going to move to motive. The state absolutely did not prove that Kouri's relationship with Josh Grossman was a motive to kill her husband. Josh and Kouri had been seeing each other on and off for about 2 years. You heard from Josh. He testified that their future together was a fantasy. But at no time did Kouri ever lead him to believe that she was going to leave Eric for him.
Stop it.
It was clear that Josh loved Kouri more than she loved him.
Yeah,
You could see it in his face.
yeah, cry like a little bitch.
You can look at the text shortly before Eric died where Kouri was trying to break up with him. The state wants you to find that the conversation Kouri had with Josh about his time in Iraq is somehow evidence or proof of murder. But Josh told you she was grieving, that conversation was about life and death and Eric and bow hunting and the supernatural.
Oh, no, she got a lot more to get to. Oh, no, It ain't over with shit. As long as that leave it the beaver looking motherfucker talked, when he got up there, boy, she's doing her thing. Boy, she killing it.
Really didn't even seem that unusual at the time. He only thought it seemed unusual when the private investigator told him Kouri killed Eric. It's not evidence of a homicide. It isn't proof of anything. Yes, they were having an affair. Eric was also having an affair, possibly more than one. You heard there was a text about an open relationship, and they can laugh about that, but that's what the text said.
Yeah.
And you know what? We do not bring this up to make Eric out to be a bad person. It doesn't matter what he was doing in his personal life. That's not the point. The point is that there were parts of Eric's life that he didn't share with people. Just like he didn't share with Cody that he used marijuana or even that he took prescriptions.
Boy.
The point is we all have secrets, and Eric had secrets. But back to Josh, the best evidence that Josh was not a motive for Kouri to kill her husband is that after Eric died, she never did get together with Josh.
Oh, they didn't mention that.
She didn't show up at the brunch that they planned to celebrate the closing on the Midway Mansion. She didn't go on a vacation with him in April. She never even paying for that vacation. Josh told you that Kouri changed after Eric's death. She was grieving. That he saw less and less of her, and ultimately she broke things off. And by the way, if Kouri was as motivated by money as they would have you think, would she really have killed her wealthy husband to run off with the handyman who lived for free in one of her houses?
Oh my God. If she was clearly motivated about money, would she run off with a handyman who was fixing up her house? Boy, this woman is killing it. Boy, she done dropped like 10 haymakers.
That doesn't fit with the state's theory.
Oh, Miss Lily.
The state says, look at texts. Replace the word in them with different words. They stood here and made up what was inside people's heads, what they were thinking. The state has to rely on evidence. They have to prove their case, and they can't do that. The state did not prove that Kouri killed Eric in order to be with Josh. All right, money. Money's a motive for a lot of things for a lot of people. Was Kouri a brilliant businesswoman? No. Was her business struggling? Yes, it was. Was there fake it till you make it? There seemed to be a lot of that going on. Brooke Harrington testified that money was not a priority to Kouri Richins. She could have used an accountant. She said she didn't even use QuickBooks. This is all true. A young mother trying to run a business, like most young mothers, young working mothers, did her accounting take a back seat to her family? Probably. The state also wants you to believe that Kouri was cheating her best friend, but that's not what the evidence showed. The evidence showed that the $45,000 that Chelsea gave to Kouri was not earmarked for closing. Kouri could do whatever she wanted with that money. All that mattered was that when she went to that closing on that house, she showed up with $45,000. It didn't have to be that $45,000. It could have been $45,000 expected to come in from another flip. But then Kouri was arrested and never got the opportunity to do that.
Hold up.
That's why that house foreclosed.
Man.
But you know what the evidence has shown? That Kouri, rightly or wrongly, truly believed that that Midway mansion was going to turn everything around. They were celebrating that night. If Kouri was going to kill Eric for money, she certainly would not have done it on the night that she believed she had just secured a multi-million-dollar property. And if you look at the state's exhibit 624D, you will see that Kouri actually made a profit on every single home that she flipped. She had reason to believe that she was going to make a profit on this one too. All the foreclosures, those were all after her arrest. And something else, they say it would have cost way more money than she had to rehab the mansion to live it with Josh, which again, Josh said it was fantasy. That wasn't going to happen. But if you don't believe him, look at text. Look at State's Exhibit 2-17D on page 33. This is where she and Eric are going back and forth on how much it would cost to rehab the mansion. And he says, we can't afford that. We don't even have time for that. What does she tell him? And you can look at it. I don't have it word for word. She tells him, no, we're not doing that. I just need money. I just need to give the numbers, to the investors. She didn't intend to rehab that. She intended to flip it after a little cleanup. All right, I want to talk about the gifts that the state talked about in their opening and throughout trial. They made such a fuss about these. They were accessed on Kouri's phone on March 4th, the morning of March 4th. They were tied to the celebration. That's what those were about. If you look at that exhibit, I think it's 3-40, you can see that the orphan gifts were accessed at the same time, down to the second, as a picture of the Midway mansion. So what do we know about these gifts? We know that some photos were stored in a cache on the phone, not connected to any particular text.
Yep.
We know that they were accessed the morning of the 4th. We know that at least one of the pictures, the one of the mansion, was sent by Eric the evening before, which likely means all of these photos were sent prior to the morning of the 4th. These were not about Eric's death. They weren't, she wasn't celebrating death. These gifts were sent earlier, and she was celebrating closing on that mansion. It just doesn't follow she would kill him for money. She received less from life insurance.
And it's true, because they made the gifts, GIFs, GIF, whatever you call them, a big deal. They make that a big deal in pretrial. They make that a fucking big deal and crucified this fucking woman until this trial when we seen the real evidence come out.
I believe than she thought she was going to make on that mansion. Josh Grossman told you that she was surprised when she found out about the $1 million life insurance policy from auto insurance. It appears she didn't even know that. And if you take Brooke Carrington's testimony as true, and by the way, she was a good witness. She is a professional, expert witness. First hired by the family, and then paid $200,000 by the state. A prosecution witness sitting right here today behind the prosecution. Very different than the MEs who are just here to tell you their findings. But anyway, if you accept her testimony, the life insurance wasn't going to fix the problem anyway. Kouri spent that life insurance within a matter of weeks and was still in debt. And you know what you heard on that phone call between Bryce and Chelsea and Kouri? All I want's the home. It's all I want. They can have everything else. They can have the money. I don't care. I just want my house where I've raised my boys. And you know what? Eric was making good money. In 2020, he told Christina Miller, the attorney he went to about talking about a divorce, that he was making, his income that year was over $33,000 a month. Cody Wright testified that they made $500,000 each the last year that Eric was alive. I believe there was testimony that there were other years she made even more. Not sure about that, but I think that was in there. So if this case was about money, Eric was worth so much more to Kouri alive than dead. Opportunity. Well, I guess her opportunity was she was the only one in the house. Who else was in the house, though? Who else had an opportunity to take those pills? Eric. 4 years later, 10,000 searches, over $300,000 worth of expert witnesses, 3 weeks of trial, the FBI, the DEA, Homeland Security, the Summit County Sheriff's Office. They cannot tell you how Eric ingested that fentanyl. They haven't done their job. And now they want you to make inferences based on paper-thin evidence. They speculated on a number of things during closing, and they want to tell you, they want you to do their job for them. Tell them no. Tell them if they're going to charge a person in your community with the most serious crime there is, they better have the facts. They better have the proof. They better have more than speculation and conjecture, because that's their job. It's not your job.
Miss Lee.
I want to talk about the elements. The first one, aggravated murder. Okay, so they have to prove that that Kouri Richins intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins. The state has not proven this. They haven't even proven that she obtained fentanyl. They have not proven where the pills ended up or how Eric took them. The state stood up here and argued, well, it really doesn't matter what drug she purchased.
What?
As long as it was an illicit street drug, it absolutely matters. Because what did he die of? He died of fentanyl. There was no oxycodone in his system. There was no other drug in his system. They must prove that she purchased and gave him fentanyl. Oh, and let me talk about Becky Lloyd for 1 minute.
Oh, yeah, talk about that bitch.
She said that she had a conversation after.
That's the redhead bitch you talking about, Mo. Becky Lloyd, the lying little bitch.
Drink or two, where Kouri allegedly said, things would be easier. I'd be better off if Eric was dead. But what else did you hear? You heard Becky in a recording tell the officers and investigators, I don't think I can testify to that on the stand. I'm not sure that that's true. But then she testified to it. I don't know, maybe they threatened to bring a catch pole for her dog too. One thing I want to point out here, though, is if after looking at all the evidence, you believe that Ms. Richins accidentally obtained fentanyl when she thought she was getting oxycodone, and then Eric took those pills voluntarily and died, that is not intentionally and knowingly. That is not aggravated murder. And if you conclude that, you must find Kouri Richins not guilty. All right, attempted murder. What is the evidence of this? And again, it has to be intentionally or knowingly, and it has the rest of the elements there. She had to take a substantial step. So here's the evidence. Kouri bought an omelet and an egg sandwich at 9 o'clock the morning of February 14th. There was no evidence that she left that sandwich in the truck. To the contrary, there was a conversation with her mother saying, they think I left some sandwich in a truck. That didn't happen. Eric said he wasn't feeling well. He took a nap between 11:30 and 2. He called a couple of friends and sounded upset. He joked a few days later with Kouri and friends that his wife had tried to poison him, that he'd had an allergic reaction and used an EpiPen. Alex Staking told you that, Ollie Staking. She never said that Kouri got defensive. She didn't say that. She said they were all laughing. She said that Eric didn't seem upset or scared. It was a joke. Wouldn't be the first time a spouse ate something and said, oh my God, my wife tried to poison me. But that's it. That's their entire case. He didn't go to the hospital. He didn't do anything that day but take a nap. Eating an egg sandwich, having an allergic reaction to something, and taking a nap. There is no world in which that is attempted murder beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh, they point out that months later in text to Chelsea, her friend, that she gets some details wrong about that day. Maybe because she didn't try to kill him, and in her memory that day really wasn't all that important. She said, I bought him lunch. Well, it was breakfast. Again, they stood here and said, Eric was thinking this, Kouri was thinking this. She was, off with Josh thinking all these things. None of this was evidence, not any of it. None of it is proof. They talked about some IRS calls that she made on those days. No evidence as to what was in those calls. No witnesses from the IRS. Speculation, conjecture, not proof, reasonable doubt. Okay, I'm going to jump quickly. The other 3 counts I'm going to go through quickly, but I'm going to go to count 5, which is the forgery count. Now, remember what we're talking about here. This is one of those life insurance policies that any of us who belong to a credit union get, where you don't have to do anything. You sign here for $100,000 free life insurance. And this was filled out for both Kouri and Eric. Matthew Throckmorton, the handwriting expert, all he could tell you is that Eric probably did not sign the True Stage insurance policy. Probably is reasonable doubt. And he could not tell you that Kouri did sign it.
Thank you.
They have not proven that Kouri forged Eric's signature. And there was no evidence either way if Kouri had permission to sign Eric's name on True Stage life insurance. I mean, let's be serious. It's the rare married couple who doesn't occasionally say, hey, honey, I'm going to sign this for you. Is that okay? But there was no evidence either way. She's not guilty of forgery. All right, jumping to the insurance fraud counts, count 3. Count 3 is directly connected to count 5, because this count alleges that Kouri fraudulently obtained that insurance policy, and the fraud was forging Eric's signature. They said there was a reversed social security number on there, but the fraud's the signature. So if the state hasn't proven to you count 5, it automatically follows they haven't proven count 3, and you must be not guilty. Count 4 says that alleges that Kouri fraudulently collected the True Stage insurance policy. All that means is if she did kill her husband and then represented something different to collect that insurance, that would be fraud. But if you find Kouri Richins not guilty on count 1, you have to find her not guilty on count 4. The state has not proven their case. They don't have the evidence that Kouri Richins killed her husband. So instead, they have tried to show you as much evidence as they possibly can to convince you that she's the sort of person who would.
Yeah.
Getting close to the end. I'm sure you would like me to stop talking, but I have to tell you, I'm afraid to stop talking.
Yeah.
As I stand here right now,
Oh,
Kouri
man.
Richins is still cloaked in a presumption of innocence.
Damn.
I don't ever want to walk back to that day.
Damn.
As a defense attorney, that is one of the longest walks
Ooh,
lawyers
wee.
take. This entire case is going to flash before my eyes.
Mm.
And all I will be able to think about once I sit down is, what did I miss? What did we miss? What didn't we tell you that you wanted to hear?
Mm.
Did I focus on what you wanted to know? Did we do enough? You're about to go through those doors and into the jury room and start deliberations. Everyone in this courtroom, everyone watching around the world, we all wish we could follow you and listen in. But that room, that jury room is yours. It's sacrosanct. And that room you get to decide. And when you get in that room and you look at the evidence, if you think that Kouri Richins might have killed her husband, that she likely killed her husband, that she probably killed her husband, you must find her not guilty. Because maybe, probably, likely, very likely,
Ooh.
none of these reach that extraordinary burden
Oh,
of
my
proof beyond a
God.
reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things when you go into that room. First, you might be tempted to go around the room and take a vote for guilty or not guilty to see where you all stand. We ask that you refrain from this. Instead, we ask, talk to each other about where you see reasonable doubt.
Mm.
Also, if Kathy or Alex or myself did something to offend you during this trial, please hold that against us
Yeah.
and not against Kouri.
Man.
Now, the state's going to get up and talk to you again because they get the last word. And the reason they have that last word is because of that heavy burden. But when you filled out that jury questionnaire, we asked you if you would be comfortable making your voice heard in that jury room. Would you stand by your convictions, by what you believe? And each and every one of you said yes. So here's my final ask of you. When you're deliberating and something comes up that we didn't respond to, will you be courageous? Courageous enough to raise your hand and talk about what our response would be. Raise your hand for Kouri, because you are the last line between an innocent woman and the state.
Ooh, wait.
Be courageous. Courage is what this moment demands. The courage to stand between a member of your community and the state and demand that they comply with the Constitution, that they comply with their burden. Do not let them fool you. Do not fall for red herrings. Kouri Richins did not kill Eric Richins. The state did not prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have the courage to tell them this.
Tell them.
And find Kouri Richins not guilty.
Man, that was fucking awesome. Man, she delivered in all aspects.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Started off
You're on
banging,
15 minutes now.
finished
We'll see you
banging.
30 minutes later.
Understood. Folks, let's you stretch your legs. All right, jury.
Man. Man, she delivered. Ooh, that was cold. Ooh. I ain't lying, one of the best I done heard. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. She delivered. She delivered.
I genuinely couldn't tell if you wanted to do something on the record or just needed a break.
No, so just a break to, well,
Collect your thoughts.
collect my thoughts.
Yeah,
You'll be in
collect your
recess
thoughts.
until 2:50.
You leave it, the
Thank you.
beaver looking motherfucker. Man. Ooh, we y'all. Ooh, we y'all. Hold up. Oh, listen. Ooh, we y'all. Hold up. Ooh, we. I don't care. That was one of the best closing arguments I done heard. It ain't about how she sound. It ain't about how she look, right? It's about capitalizing viciously and ferociously and putting the nail in the coffin on every point. Not only your points, right? But all the points that the prosecution missed. Them bitches didn't even bring up Detective Driscoll. Mentioned Carmen one time like she was nothing. But played fucking Crozier, look, his little spot. Man, that was a master class. And then, hold up. I'm sorry, y'all. This one got me. I'm just gonna rewind it a little bit. This one got me right here. She said, I know y'all want me to shut up. Hold on, let's see.
In the house. Who else was in the house, though? Who else can get where you don't have to do anything? You sign here for $100,000 free life insurance. Stop talking. But I have to tell you, I'm afraid of conjecture.
Here it is.
Not proof.
This was powerful.
Okay, I'm going to jump quickly. The other 3 counts I'm going to go through quickly, but I'm going to go to count 5, which is the forgery count. Now, remember what we're talking about here. This is one of those life insurance policies that any of us who belong to credit union get, where you don't have to do anything. You sign here for $100,000 for life insurance. And this was filled out for both Kouri and Eric. Matthew Throckmorton, the handwriting expert, all he could tell you is that Eric probably did not sign the True Stage insurance policy. Probably is reasonable doubt. And he could not tell you that Kouri did sign. They have not proven that Kouri forged Eric's signature. And there was no evidence either way if Kouri had permission to sign Eric's name on that True Stage life insurance. I mean, let's be serious. It's the rare married couple who doesn't occasionally say, hey, honey, I'm going to sign this for you. Is that okay? But there was no evidence either way. She's not guilty of forgery. All right, jumping to the insurance fraud counts, count 3. Count 3 is directly connected to count 5. This count alleges that Kouri fraudulently obtained that insurance policy, and the fraud was forging Eric's signature. They said that reversed social security number on there, but the fraud's the signature. So if the state hasn't proven to you count 5, it automatically follows they haven't proven count 3, and you must find her guilty, not guilty on count 3. Count 4 says that Kouri fraudulently collected the True Stage insurance. But it's not guilty count 1, you have to find her not guilty on count 4. The state has not proven their case.
This work's gonna get powerful, y'all. I ain't lying to you. This one brought chills to my body. I ain't lying to y'all. This one brought chills.
They don't have the evidence that Kouri Richins killed her husband. So instead, they have tried to show you as much evidence as they possibly can to convince you that she's the sort of person who would. Getting close to the end. I'm sure you would like me to stop talking.
See, look. She said, I'm sure you'll like me to stop talking. And she know that. Right? She know that. But what she said after that, man, boy, you talking about reaching out and touching you. Man, watch this. Oh, my God.
I have to tell you, I'm afraid to stop talking.
Oh.
Because as I stand here right now, Kouri Richins is still cloaked in a presumption of innocence.
Oh.
I don't ever want to walk back to that table. As a defense attorney, that is one of the longest walks a lawyer can make. This entire case is going to think about once I sit down is what did I miss? What did we miss? What didn't we tell you that you wanted to hear? Did I focus on what you wanted to know? Did we do enough? You're about to go through those doors and into the jury room and start deliberations. Everyone in this courtroom, watching around the world, always listening. But that room, that jury room is yours. It's sacrosanct. In that room, you get to decide. And when you get in that room and you look at the evidence, if you think that Kouri Richins might have killed her husband, that she likely killed her husband, that she probably killed her husband, you must find her not guilty. Because maybe, probably, likely, very likely, none of these reach that extraordinary burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things when you go into that room. First, you might be tempted to go around the room and take a vote for guilty or not guilty to see where you all stand. We ask you to refrain from this. Instead, we ask, talk to each other about where you see reasonable doubt. Also, if Kathy or Alex or myself did something to offend you during this trial, please hold that against us and not against Kouri.
Oh, wait.
Now, the state's going to get up and talk to you again because they get the last word. And the reason they have that last word is because of that heavy burden. But when you filled out that jury questionnaire, we asked you if you would be comfortable making your voice heard in that jury room. Would you stand by your convictions, by what you believe? And each and every one of you said yes.
Ooh.
So here's my final ask of you. When you're deliberating and something comes up that we didn't respond to, will you be courageous? Courageous enough to raise your hand and talk about what our response would be. Raise your hand for Kouri, because you are the last line between an innocent woman and the state. Be courageous. Courage is what this moment demands. The courage to stand between a member of your community and the state and demand that they comply with the Constitution, that they comply with their burden. Do not let them fool you.
No, I just
Do
wanted
not fall for red herrings. Kouri Richins did not kill Eric Richins. The state did not prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Have the courage to tell them this and find Kouri Richins.
Yes, Miss Lee. I want to run through a wall. Damn, Miss Lee. Boy, that was.
Your Honor, 15 minutes.
Yeah,
now,
you better
so
go.
30 minutes.
15
later.
minutes.
Understood. Folks, let's you
Yeah,
stretch your legs.
You leave it to Beaver looking motherfucker. Get your mark ass out of here. You leave it to Beaver looking motherfucker. Shit. Fuck that. This reminds me of the Karen Reed case. How they didn't call fucking Proctor. And do none of that whole ass shit. How they didn't call how they didn't call a lot of people. Like, come on now, man. What we doing? What we doing? They didn't talk about this dude. Detective Driscoll. They barely talked about the star witness. The prosecution who was going against them was horrible. Right? I thought the same thing on that. Got some action. Got some action, my people. I'm not a lawyer, but me, I'm just thinking using my common sense. If my life on the line, right? Oh, shit. Hold up, y'all. I hope I don't have an operator error. One second. So look. Can y'all hear me? I'm not a lawyer, but I disagree, Mother. I think it was perfect you know. And I thought it was perfect, right? Because, like last night, I think they had the nail on all 10 of them points. And they did. The prosecution didn't. Why y'all didn't test all this stuff? Why is there so many unanswered? I mean, I absolutely think that closing was sensational. Sensational. I absolutely think she nailed it from every aspect that you could think of, right? From everyone. From every aspect you could think of. I think she nailed it. And the prosecution failed miserably. They didn't talk about they want to talk about solicited. No, motherfuckers. Y'all filed her charges because he died of fentanyl. Stop trying to make illicit and fentanyl the same damn thing. Don't do that. And don't backtrack either. You know, scary, scary, scary. Right? Scary, scary, scary. If investigations go like this, right? All right, here we go. If investigations go like this, boy, it's scary.
Please have a seat as you come in.
If you could lie, say anything, and people will believe you, that's scary. Oh, Wendy, you got this leave it to beaver looking motherfucker finna come up here. Let's hear what you got to say in your rebuttal. You gonna talk about Detective Driscoll?
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, guys. Parlor tricks are not legal standards.
Huh?
Legal standards are what matter. Let's review a couple of the important ones. You'll have them in your instructions rolled out. I come back to this one again and again. Evidence usually consists of testimony and exhibits presented at trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence. Provided you in its slides with the cite to every single piece of evidence it are. And there's a reason defense counsel didn't cite you to the evidence. Next slide, Scott. A lot of the evidence is circumstantial. It is. People do not video themselves poisoning their spouse. But circumstantial evidence is just as good as direct evidence. You can use circumstantial evidence to conclude facts just as you can use direct evidence. The instruction gives the example of it is right outside and people are closing up their umbrellas. That makes sense. Let me put it to you a different way. Does everybody know what happened here? Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber. The state didn't. Hold on, let me text.
This ignorant son of a bitch say the state didn't. Bitch, that's y'all star witness. The fuck? Oh.
Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber, not the state. Go ahead, Scott. Thanks.
Oh, wait.
Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber because she was the drug dealer she knew. The state granted Carmen Lauber immunity because it cares more about a murder case than a drug deal. That should surprise nobody. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber in part because she had control over. She could help her out. She employed her to some measure. She could help her out. The quid pro quo. You give me some drugs, I can help you out with your drug court. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber, not me.
Her drug court? The fuck is he talking about?
Her testimony is corroborated. If you only believe Carmen Lauber's testimony that is corroborated, that is plenty of proof to convict.
Huh?
She was only at that Maverick in Draper 3 times. That's what the digital evidence shows. Each of the 3 times she was there, so was Robert Crozier. Those were the only 3 times he was there.
What about 4 times the police said? Blood.
Their testimony corroborates each other in the relevant matter. It corroborates that they met, that he sold her drugs, illicit street drugs, that it had fentanyl. Booze had fentanyl. Corroborates that they weren't prescription drugs. He got them from a plug, not a pharmacy. They were packaged in a little clear baggie, not a prescription bottle.
That's the fuck they put him in, dummy.
All the testimony of Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier that matters corroborates each other.
Huh? What?
So with these transactions, when Carmen
go ahead. We've seen this one again.
Yeah, I'll play it again.
Crozier was at the gas station 3 times. Carmen Lauber was there every time. The March drug deal timing of this is very interesting. Shortly after Eric's death, Carmen Lauber spoke with Kouri Richins and asked, "Please tell me these pills were not for him." Of course she denied it. No. But then, a few days later, she asked for more pills. It's curious as to why. Perhaps to cover up that the pills were indeed for Eric.
What?
If I ask for more, she'll know they weren't for Eric.
Cover up. Oh my, okay. Talk about Driscoll.
It's also interesting that she said she needed something to get her mind. What? I don't know. Maybe she wanted the pills for herself. This suggests she wanted the pills for herself to calm her mind.
Oh.
Which tells you she knows that a pill that she buys from Carmen Lauber is not bad. It's a whole bunch of pills.
This guy, boy. Talk about Driscoll.
Consciousness of guilt is evidence of guilt. Kouri had a guilty conscience. She couldn't talk to her father that night, not because she was overcome by grief, because she couldn't face She could not face the man who
See, now, I don't know if people out here ever lost somebody. I lost a child. People don't understand how tough that is and how different people grieve with something like that. So for this leave it to beaver looking motherfucker to get up here and just speculate how somebody's gonna act and react, that is a fucking disservice, and that is inhumane to me from this piece of shit.
She had just murdered. We're going to play these clips right here now. This is when...
No, she didn't, Mo.
Kouri Richins is asked whether she's going to tell her children. Whether she's going
How do he know?
Notice Kouri Richins' reaction in a moment. So this will be Katie Richins' reaction in the moment. Go ahead, Scott.
Where are your children now?
Asleep in that room. Two are awake with their ear to the door. I don't want them to go out. Please don't let them out.
The fuck?
We don't know. We've been to bed.
Okay, now this is kind of stupid to me. Right? Stupid fucking stupid. You comparing her and the fucking sister, the blood he grew up with, you dumb ignorant motherfucker. The fuck is he? Did this make... Now I get it why they done, but everybody gonna agree different when you lose somebody. This right here, boy, this is pissing me off, man.
This is worse, my brother. No. Baby.
Kouri, is there a way you can relocate your boys upstairs?
Yeah.
Because there's going to be a lot of traffic.
Yeah, I'll tell her.
Kouri Richins walks away. Katie then takes the boys upstairs. In moments of tragedy and profound sorrow, you not only comfort your children, they comfort you.
What, man? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? You thinking about, that's not necessarily true. That's not true. That's not necessarily true. Ridiculous, man.
Kouri Richins hides her face because she doesn't know how to react because she is not grieving. She doesn't want to see people see her non-reaction. She's not grieving because of murder, Eric. You heard Deputy Wynn testify. She wasn't crying. Deputy Wynn's body camera did catch a moment of surprise. That's the moment he informed her that Deputy Wynn, was sending Eric's body for an autopsy. That's her surprise. She didn't tell anybody that night that Eric used fentanyl because she thought she would get away with it. She didn't think anybody would find out that Eric used fentanyl. And the minute Deputy Wynn said, "We're sending his body for an autopsy," that's her reaction. The 2016 empty hydrocodone bottle is immaterial. Eric had no hydrocodone in his toxicology results. The only other hydrocodone reference in the entire body of evidence before you is that investigators recovered on the first search warrant a bag, like a Ziploc type bag, full of hydrocodone pills in the laundry room and the mud room of the house. Perhaps Kouri Richins removed them from that bottle and staged the crime scene. This is also inconsistent with the notion, having those hydrocodone bottles in the house, pills in the house is inconsistent with the notion that Eric had a secret drug habit and was going to the street for illicit pain pills, and there's a baggie of hydrocodone in the house. Okay, there is no good reason these images were accessed the same exact minute that the deputies departed the house the morning that Eric died. None.
See, he's okay. Talk about all of that. Where's the investigation? This is mind-boggling. Mind-boggling.
And there is, by the way, despite what defense counsel just told you, there's no evidence that Eric Richins sent these images. He sent an image of the Midway Mansion the night before that was accessed at the same time as these images. Sorry, he sent an image of the Midway Mansion the night before, but it was not the image that was accessed at the same time. The image that was accessed at the same time is the distance full view of the Midway Mansion, which makes sense in this context. Not the image that Eric sent of the pile of rocks in front of the Midway Mansion. Details matter.
Yeah, investigation, bitch.
We don't know who sent these images, but we do know that they were accessed on Kouri's phone at 8:29, the exact minute that deputies signed the log out of the house, and that whoever accessed them turned the phone this way to view them better. They also viewed the distant image of the Midway Mansion. Maybe she was celebrating the Midway Mansion. Maybe she was celebrating Eric's death. Either way, there's no good reason these images were accessed at 8:29.
This guy, boy. This is...
Kouri Richins minimized how Eric died because she needed to cover up her involvement in Eric's death. The worst organization was the one to his father. After speaking on March 17th with the medical examiner's office, Kouri Richins told Eric's father, knowing this was not true, that Eric Richins died in part of COVID and in part of the same lung fungus that Jean's wife Linda died of. That is not only covering up her involvement, that is cruel.
Hold on. He decides on what is fucking cruel. What's cruel is them fucking detectives not doing their job, just collecting a check. You leave it to Beaver looking motherfucker.
She covered up with the medical examiner. She pretended she didn't know what quetiapine was, even though she was prescribed it. She pretended she didn't know what acetaminophen was, even though it's Tylenol. And there is probably not a mother in the United States that does not know what Tylenol is.
Oh, you know that for
she
sure.
didn't understand the word illicit. She has a master's degree.
She got a master's
In
degree.
feigning ignorance with Dr. Christensen, she was fishing for information to craft her defense. She was asking, was it injected? Did he eat it? She wanted to know what the medical examiners knew so that she could craft around it. She was really worried about the amount of alcohol. On April the 13th, Detective Woody told Kouri Richins that Eric died of fentanyl intoxication. Right after that, she tells Josh, oh, it was just a trace. Chelsea, it was just a trace. It was his lungs that were shot to shit. She is minimizing, deflecting, covering up. She is distancing herself from her murder. Manner of death on the death certificate is immaterial. It's a box we check. It's used for statistical purposes. They turn the information over to the Bureau of Vital Statistics. It's immaterial for this case. You determine the manner of death. It's murder.
You're police now. You ain't gonna go to your detectives, you ain't gonna hold
Perhaps in a
face.
perfect world, the medical examiner would amend the death certificate, but you heard Dr. Ulmer. She signed it on June the 6th, 2022, when the investigation was really in its infancy. And she had one foot out the door. It was her best solution to finish her report before she retired. It is what it is. Bureaucrats.
It is what it is.
Eric did not ingest the THC gummy laced with fentanyl. When asked if she ate one that night by Deputy Wynn, it didn't seem like he did. Toxicology, there was no measurable THC in the toxicology analysis of Eric's blood or gastric. The THC that they collected on the April 13th, 2022 search warrant, right? The first search warrant. It was found in the cabinet above the toilet in the master bathroom. Wasn't there the night before. You heard Deputy David Pimentel talk about how he searched it. You could see his search on the body cam. It wasn't there. It was put there after Eric died.
Yeah,
that's where most of the gums were. There was also
why he ain't talking about the
kitchen
investigation?
never searched that the night
Why
he
he ain't
died.
bubbling?
All the gummies were sent to the lab for testing. In fact, the gummies, lots of stuff was sent to the lab for testing. None of it confirmed anything.
Didn't do it, Mo.
Brian Holden. He was the state crime lab tech that testified.
I know you're voting not guilty still, but she didn't do it.
Detective Haskell.
No evidence point.
Works the streets of Salt Lake City.
Okay.
His whole career. Never seen fentanyl-laced marijuana. That's a that's cover up. That's misdirection.
This motherfucker says cover up. That's misdirection. Boy, you son of a bitch.
Kouri Richins' plan, if it was a plan, to make money on the Midway mansion is not tethered to reality. Across her portfolio, she lost money, and she lost money on nearly every individual project. She even admitted, it's out of my league, but the margins are so insane that I had to pick it up and figure it out. Ha, 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 help. That's ha, ha, ha with $3.2 million of other people's money. She is intensely ambitious. Her plan was not tethered to reality because she could not, with more money than she could even imagine, overcome the Corps of Engineers holds on this property.
Hello, normal Miami mom.
She asked Eric Richins for input on how much it would cost to rehab the house. That's the text string right there. Read the whole thing. You'll see that she sold the Midway Mansion to him, not as a project they were doing, but as just a sale that she was brokering.
No, she ain't no Miami mom. This dude, I mean, if she, I can't see.
Okay, ready? Okay, I'm getting all free.
Cheers, boys.
Yep, come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard.
Yep.
Richard.
Look, Chachi's still going.
Oh. You're an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
People grieve differently. There's no ancient artwork of that photograph.
Man, shut the fuck up. Because when my baby died, I didn't want to be all sad. And I was sad, but I was trying to laugh and be around people to take away from that. This dumb, ignorant, leave it to beaver looking bitch.
This book provides kind of three pieces of insight into Kouri Richins. The first is she wrote it, had it written, and published it in early 2023 when she knew that investigators were investigating her for the murder of Eric Richins. She promoted it. Her mother sent a book to investigators, all to deflect attention away from Kouri Richins. She also wrote it to make money. You see the emails, they're in evidence. She thought she would.
Well, why the fuck are you being a lawyer? Is it to just collect dust in your pocket? You leave it to beaver looking bitch? Everybody doing shit to make money, you dummy. Think she wrote it for nothing? People get inspired to write stuff, and when you're inspired and it's a true story, you get money for it, dummy.
Sell 100,000 copies in 10 months at $5 profit.
I don't know what type of jury it
That's
is.
not tethered to reality. But it does provide insight in how desperate she was for money. She would trade. She would trade on her sons and the death of her father to make money. The final thing that tells you about Kouri Richins is that she wanted, as part of her facade, as part of her appearance of success, privilege, and affluence, she wanted to be an author. But she didn't write it. And you can see from her writings and text messages, Orange Notebook, the notes, the Walk the Dog letter, not only did she not write it, she's not a good writer. But she wanted to appear as one. The appearance was important to her.
Hold up, you ignorant bitch. What the fuck? Like, man, this is...
In defense's closing, when you strip out rhetoric that could be argued at any closing, anytime, anywhere, on any case, when you strip that out of defense's closing and you hone in on substance, the entire substance of the defense's argument is based around trying to explain the Walk the Dog letter. Kouri Richins is saddled with this letter and needed to craft a defense around this letter. It's obvious that the letter was written to get her brother to testify to a narrative that would explain
Why you didn't call her?
everything.
Why you didn't call her? Why, when y'all was bringing that up in court about the text messages and stuff, why Detective Driscoll didn't, get a subpoena for his phone? Y'all could have did all that to corroborate the stories, but you bitches didn't. So shut the fuck up.
Let's unpack the letter in about 15 or so sentences, not with what Kouri Richins wrote, but with what the evidence shows.
Show us.
Translation from what
Show
Kouri
us.
Richins wrote
Show me.
to what
about
the
detective
evidence
work?
shows.
What about the detective?
First part. Here's what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would potentially have to testify to this, but it's super short. What the evidence explained everything, and I will not get convicted. Ronnie will need to tell this to my lawyer because I just made it up and it will have to come from him. Never mind that I was arrested 4 months ago. I need an excuse for Ronnie and Eric to be hanging out. Never mind that football season ended a month earlier. I need to explain the fentanyl, and fentanyl must be everywhere in Mexico. Never mind that Eric would have to fly with the fentanyl, and I later say that Eric would not fly with drugs for fear of getting caught. Never mind that I know this story despite Ronnie never telling me. I need to explain why everyone will testify that Eric never used drugs. This kind of happened once with THC gummies on a trip to Hawaii. Hopefully this is enough to corroborate my entire walk the dog story. These are my made up words, but Ronnie can make up his own words. Ronnie does not say these things.
Why the fuck didn't you corroborate his text? Man, this is some bullshit, man.
I need to explain why investigators never found a trace of fentanyl in my home. Never mind that it doesn't make sense that Eric hid the fentanyl after asking me to buy it. Don't get caught passing this made-up story along to Ronnie. That would be horrible.
It went nowhere.
Tell Ronnie to keep the story short so that he does not mess it up. Since his conversation with Eric never happened, tell him that it was only 2 minutes long. Ronnie needs to do this so that I do not get convicted. I can then extract revenge on
He
Eric.
making up shit. Y'all see this? He making up shit. This ain't what it say.
Remember, I just made this story up, so my lawyer does not know it yet.
Oh my God. That is not what that shit say.
All the evidence in this case proves that Kouri Richins murdered her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richins. There is no other rational.
Yo, can you interpret shit like that if it don't say that?
Explanation for the evidence. And despite all the evidence, Kouri Richins clings to the facade that has enabled her to get away with so much for so long. And despite all the evidence, Kouri Richins doubles down and blames Eric. She is intensely ambitious.
This son of a bitch.
Check her ambition. Do not let her get away with murder.
All right. Next step. Brittany, if you would please swear in the bailiffs that will watch over the jury during deliberations.
Y'all raise your right hand. Do you affirm that you will take charge of this jury and take them to some private and convenient place where they may deliberate upon their verdict, allowing no one to speak to them nor to do so yourself unless so ordered by the court, and to return them to the court when they have reached a verdict or when so ordered, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a few additional instructions. If you want to read along, you can fast forward to instruction number 46. Four-person selection and duties. Among the first thing you should do when you go to the jury room to deliberate is to appoint someone to serve as the jury foreperson. The foreperson should not dominate the jury's discussion, but rather should facilitate the discussion of the evidence and make sure that all members of the jury get the chance to speak. The foreperson's opinions should be given the same weight as those of other members of the jury. Once the jury has reached a verdict, the foreperson is responsible for filling out and signing the verdict form on behalf of the entire jury. In the jury room, you will receive a verdict form. Please read the instructions on the form carefully. The verdict form is separated into several sections, one section for each count charged. Each count has separate instructions. When rendering your verdicts, you need to make sure only one verdict for each count is marked. You may be asked additional questions about the basis of your verdicts. Remember, any response you give on the verdict form must be unanimous. Regarding jury questions during deliberations, these instructions should contain all the information you need to decide this case based upon the evidence. However, if you have a question or need clarification during deliberations, please write a note and give it to the bailiff. I will review it with the lawyers. We will answer your question as appropriate. This brings us to one of the more difficult parts of the trial for me personally. A jury in the state of Utah is 8 jurors, and there are 12 of you. We intentionally impanel alternate jurors to ensure against the unforeseen because things happen. Jurors fall ill, they suffer a personal or family tragedy during the length of the trial. Sometimes they simply don't follow my instructions and they get exposed to information that it's not appropriate for them to have. Because we can't see around every corner, we impanel alternate jurors to ensure that an emergency or other unexpected circumstance does not cause a mistrial. We simply can't try a multi-week trial without the help of alternate jurors. And for these reasons, the service and sacrifice of alternate jurors is just as valuable and just as deserving of respect as the remaining jurors. Moreover, the service of alternate jurors does not end when they leave the courthouse today. Rather, the alternate jurors are still subject to all of the court's instructions and restrictions, because if an emergency arises during deliberations, one or more of the alternate jurors may be called back to join deliberations at that point. We could not have expected that all of you would be so hearty and so diligent in following the court's instructions, and so we impaneled 4 alternate jurors. The alternate jurors in this case are jurors 9, 10, 11, and 12. If jurors 9 through 12 would please stand. An important instruction. This case isn't over. You're still impaneled. Please do not talk about the case. Please do not let anyone else talk about it to you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to anything about this case. And do not do any research of any kind about it until I call you personally to let you know that all of these admonitions are lifted. Thank you for your ongoing service in this case. Please rise for the alternate jurors. Greg, I can't see who's over there. Yeah, Greg, if you would let them out, I have a couple of extra instructions for each remaining. Thank you. Okay, please have a seat, folks. Members of the jury, as you deliberate, you may have questions. If you do, please remember, you can write a note, give it to the bailiff. I'll review it with the lawyers, and we'll answer questions as appropriate. Please remember, though, that the bailiff cannot answer any trial questions for you. Just as you have not been allowed to research or investigate matters on your own during the trial, you may not use any outside source to research or investigate any matter as you deliberate. No online dictionaries, no online maps, nothing outside the evidence presented in this case. We will provide for you in the deliberation room the exhibits. You may take your notes with you. You may take your copy of the jury instructions with you. We'll provide a copy of the verdict form. This case is now submitted to you for deliberation and determination of your verdict. Please rise for the jury. Folks, have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything else on the record? Okay, Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervin?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let's make sure Brittany has your contact information. Regarding scheduling, my normal practice would be to check in with the jury around 4:30 and just ask them what they would like to do regarding continue working into the evening or retire for the day and come back tomorrow morning. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I need one member of your respective teams at least to begin confirming with Brittany after we go off the record that we have consensus regarding the exhibits that have been admitted and will be going back into the jury room. If any disagreement comes up, let me know. We can handle it on the record. Ms. Nestor, anything further at this time?
Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The court will be in recess. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, Nelly. I don't give a damn what nobody say, right? I think the defense trumpled them in closing arguments today. Right? That they must hit on to convince a jury. It has to be these factors that they have to hit on, right? Did the prosecution do that? Absolutely. Absolutely not. Because I definitely want to see them, about Detective Driscoll and Officer Neween, right? Shout out to the beautiful Helen Keller in the building, right? Because as I was researching, reinforced the burden of proof of our guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. They did that. The defense, a most powerful point is reminding jurors that the defendant does not have to prove anything. If the prosecution left even one reasonable doubt about what happened, the law requires a not guilty. This is what trials is for. Expose time gaps. Defense must argue the prosecution timeline of events is incomplete. If jurors cannot clearly see when or how the alleged crime happened, they must question whether the prosecution truly knows what occurred. Missing pieces in the timeline create uncertainty. Detective Driscoll challenged the motive. Defense must argue that the prosecution theory about why the crime happened is speculation. People can have financial or disagreements without committing murder. The defense will argue that motive alone is not proof of guilt. The most important thing, attack the investigation. The defense must argue law enforcement may have made mistakes during the investigation. If investigators overlooked evidence, failed to test items, or focused on one suspect too early, the defense will argue the case was built on assumptions rather than facts. Remind the jurors of their duty. Defense must argue the jurors must follow the law and not convict based on emotions or speculations. It's a sad case. Eric died. We see his sister and people over there crying. But the jury can't decide off emotions and speculations. And the defense will often close by reminding the jurors that their responsibility, if the prosecution failed to meet its burden, the law requires a not guilty verdict. Today, Prosecution, they didn't nail the point about the investigation. Is that the new way to convict people? Come on, I need answers. Not doing proper investigations. Not probably, not I don't think, not I don't know. We done seen clear cut, no debating throughout this trial. If you watched it, they didn't do their job. And like Miss Lee said, just like Alan Jackson said, instead of them doing their job, they want you as the jurors to do their job for them. And that's inexcusable, right? It's inexcusable because jurors not supposed to be like, oh, I think she is. Okay. You could think all day long, buddy. I don't care about your thoughts from your thinking. I'm just I'm shocked. Now, what I want to do is, because I don't know who will probably jump on her, because people like to get on her, and if you bring them on her, they'll come on her and do that. If y'all want to come on her on stage, we could do that. But what I will do is I'll send a link to a specific person, _S, the other Mary B, and they can get y'all the links to whoever want to come on here if y'all on Twitter. I don't want to put it in the chat, but I definitely could do that. We could bring y'all up and we could talk about it. Yeah, it'll be fun. Get to talk to my people. I'm in the club. Fuck up. I got my people with me. The hottest people. Let me see. Yeah, we could definitely do that. Boom. Got that tune. And to come aboard. Yeah, come on. Oh, hold up.
Ms. Nestor and Mr. Ramos, who are
Hold
in the
up,
courtroom
hold
with
up,
defendant
hold up.
Kouri Richins. As the 8 jurors were walking out and making their way, to the jury room, juror number 2 pulled Deputy Zag aside and handed him this note. And as she was handing it to him, said, "I thought we were supposed to receive a factual stipulation before we got the case," or words to that effect. And the note says, "Factual stipulation, ? How would you like to respond, if at all?
Your Honor.
But not read.
But not read.
Yeah.
May I direct them to it by number?
Yes.
I think that might be.
Can we have a consensus about what the number is?
-65.
Can we confirm? We'll look at it together.
Y'all heard this?
Katie, are you able to pull it up?
It would be 8-65.
If you would mind plugging in, we'll look at it together.
That's good though, right? Mo, is that good that they asked about they were supposed to get factual?
If you wouldn't mind plugging in, we'll look at it together.
Yeah, Your Honor, I think we didn't provide Your Honor with a hard copy.
And we marked it with a sticker.
Yeah, we didn't mark it there, so that might.
For whatever that's worth.
It should be on the screen now.
Yeah. Let's see. It's among the things we're sending back. Yes, Brittany?
Yes.
Okay, so I will just do my usual question, factual stipulation, question mark, answer. Please see State's Exhibit 8-65. Any objection, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No objection. I had another question. Just in the event they want to view a physical piece of evidence.
Mo, what does that mean?
Yeah, any of it, a phone, I don't know.
Yeah.
Ms. Gibson has custody and control of them. She knows that we may need to alert her.
Okay.
If they need it. So
Got it.
if that's a question that comes up, we would just have to get to Chelsea and she can bring it over.
We'll keep you posted.
What the fuck does that mean?
Mr. Ramos, any objection?
No.
Okay, that's what we'll do. Now, I'm about to go off the record, but I need a lawyer from each side to stay with the Scott and Katie of your respective sides and reach consensus with Brittany about what's going into the jury room before you leave the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Even if the lawyer doesn't do any talking, I just need you to stick around. Thank you. Very good. We're off the record. Thank you.
Oh my. What the fuck? Mo, I'm glad I had them still on. Damn. I'm glad. So, Mo, explain to me what that means. Because, you know, I'm a little boomer in them. I need to know exactly what that means. Who does that favor? Like, I'm going to say we don't know who it favor, but would you, if you had a choice to make, who does that favor? Like what they're saying, factual, because if I'm thinking factual, I'm thinking that's favoring the defense. Hold on, y'all. If I'm thinking factual, I'm thinking it's favoring the defense. If they said I thought we were supposed to go off all factual stuff, right? Neither. Go back to the picture. No, come on. What picture? You talking about that artwork? You talking about that artwork? Yeah, because, like, to me, if I'm going off this, I'm thinking that's good for the defense. Because juror number 2, like, I thought we were supposed to go off factual evidence. You know what I'm saying? Not none of this other weasel shit that the prosecutor's trying to put in. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold up, y'all. Boom. Coming to the... Hold on one second.
But I can't hear it now because I can't play it at the same time. But can you hear me?
Hold up, everybody.
Shit,
Yeah,
I can't hear you
greatly.
though.
We got underscore S. She's in the building. Now underscore S. Now, they came out, jury number 2 said, I thought we were supposed to go off.
Like, can you wait? Can you hear my?
Yeah. I thought we were supposed to go off.
Like, can you wait? Can you hear my
Mm-hmm.
iPad? You can hear my iPad because, like, for some reason on the phone I can't hear you, but I can hear it on my iPad. So I think there's like a delay. My iPad. You can hear my iPad because, like,
Yeah,
for
we
some
can
reason
hear
on the
you.
phone I can't hear you, but I can hear it on my iPad. So I think there's like a delay. You can hear my iPad 'cause, like,
Yeah, we can hear you. So I think you need to turn off the iPad. You can't hear me on here? You want to go out and come back in? So I think you need to turn off the iPad.
Yeah, but then I can't hear you. Oh, just go off of this. Okay.
Yeah, go out
I
and come
stink
back
at
in.
this. So,
You can't hear me on here? You want to go out and come back in?
yeah. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I did. I turned it off, y'all. I turned the video off. I know y'all. They said they hear you, Mo. Mo got to turn the video off. She said, Helen can hear you. Hold on. Oh, you can hear me, Mo? I got an echo now? No, the echo because she had an iPad on. Or do I got an echo now? I shouldn't. Do you believe in miracles? Oh, man. Charlie, you're not right. Somebody. You say what? Boom.
Now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Man, what's popping?
What's popping? What's up?
Man, you know how we come in and listen, Mo. You know, I've been so indebted into this trial that, you know, I'm like ferocious with it, like, because I feel like, you know, they didn't do what they do, but neither here that we seen the closing arguments. We all know about this trial. Everybody got their own opinion. What I want to know is that juror number 2 said they thought that they was getting factual evidence. Who does that benefit, and is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I mean, I haven't seen all of your episodes about Kouri Richins' trial, so I wasn't sure if you're guilty or not guilty. Can you?
I think she's not guilty.
So for the stipulations, usually you'll do that. You guys just agree on facts, so both sides are going to agree. Not it depends on what those facts are. So that thing that I was saying, pull back up, was the written document that's we stipulate to these facts. So usually, I mean, if it's a bad fact for one side, they're not going to stipulate to something. But if it's like, you know, where something came from, authenticating stuff, or basically what it's saying is that these facts, neither party have to prove. They already agreed on this. So when you take this back into the evidence room, you don't have to consider it. We're saying this is true. So it can be, usually you're not going to stipulate to some like terrible fact for yourself. You know, unless there's something that, you know, the evidence, it could be bad for you, but you have to stipulate because there's like no way to dispute it. So instead of wasting the time of making one side or the other prove it, you just stipulate it to it. It's like efficiency. So we got to read that thing, or what do they stipulate to, and see what.
I don't know, but I don't know the law, right? But what I do know is that it's 8 jurors in Utah. That's unprecedented to me, right? Is it just like that in Utah, or is it like that a lot of places elsewhere as well?
I don't know all the states. Obviously here it's 12, and it's most states I think are that.
That's
But I think
unusual.
I think people have, I think other states maybe have less than that. I don't know though. Which
isn't that
states have
unusual?
which, but
Ain't that unusual to just hear 8 jurors? I mean, to me,
I think it could work both ways, though. I mean, it just depends. I don't think it's necessary. Obviously, you don't want 3 people, but it's more of. I mean, you have less jurors to convince. You can think of it that way. So, in some respects, it might be good, but it all depends on just who's in the seats, you know. So, you could have 12 bad jurors that are against you, but if you might have 8, you know. So, I don't think the numbers part is But it is weird. I mean, that it's 8, but it's just not standard. But I think there are more states. There are other states that also have a different amount of jurors for a criminal trial.
Okay, now to your benefit, right? To your benefit, you was in mediation today, right?
Yep.
So you didn't get to see the prosecutors give their closing argument. So I know I'm gonna have to talk to you about that later. But with you seeing the defense and what they presented, how they presented it, even though you're not familiar with the full case, you haven't got through it. What was your thoughts on their closing argument?
A little long. I like the passion at the end and getting into it, and like you really want to be talking to the jury, and like seem like you actually are, not reading it off a script. She didn't seem like she was like reading it off a script, and I guess it's just there was a lot to go through. But I think she could have like got through some of those points quicker, and then do more of a build up to that drama at the end. But I like the drama at the end. I think she was good. But then she kind of went a little too long. She could have clipped that a little bit and left it on that like right when she was getting dramatic note. But I think she did all right. But I don't think it was the best closing I ever seen. But
I'm not gonna say it was the best closing I ever seen, but I think
that's what you just said.
No, I think it was.
Can somebody get a quote on that? Because I think that's what you said.
No, look, it was one of the best I ever seen, and I'm not gonna lie to you about that because when that woman said, "I know y'all getting tired of me talking," because a lot of people said like, "Come on, that's enough," right? And it's just so crazy that she came up there and said, "I know y'all tired of me talking, and I'm almost through," but she said, "I don't want to go sit down." And the reason why I don't want to sit down, I want to keep talking because that woman right there, life on the line. Oh my God, Mo.
I mean, to me, that was a little weird. Like, I don't want to shut up. It's like, okay, you've been going for an hour and 40 minutes. Like, maybe.
Did you see any compassion? Like that hit me hard. I felt that. Like,
yeah, but what's her point? Like, I don't want to let you deliberate. I don't get it. She's like, I mean, because she's nervous that I don't get the impact of that. Like, how did that impact you, like, in Kouri's favor for her to say, I don't want to sit down? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird to me. I don't know.
Well, the reason why I say it impacted her is because, like, once you start fighting for your clients, right, and you have a client that you're fighting for, that relationship start to build. And especially if you see that client not innocent, right, and the torture that client has been facing before this trial even started, the majority of the world was saying, she was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, that's why I can see the compassion there.
Yeah, but she should take that. You don't have to spell it out there. You could just show that compassion through arguing your case instead of just like, I don't want to sit down. I mean, you can have the same effect without, I don't know. I'm not trying to be a hater.
That's why because that's the difference between me, a regular person, and talking to a lawyer, right? Because see, us as regular people who not in that profession, we don't understand the ins and outs and what you got to do and what you got to say if it was too long. Like you heard me, because I'm so pro Kouri Richins being innocent, man, that it wasn't long. I think it was. I would say
that's Bear. Bear's on your side. Bear's on your side.
So that's the Bear. But I would say it wasn't long. This coming from me, a regular person who's not a lawyer. I would say it wasn't long. I say they got a woman who they fighting for life on the line, and they got to make sure they hit each point. But you, as a lawyer, that's where it's different at. Because it's different. Like I was telling the audience last night, like about speaking with you, just about the what we call the technical difficulties in being a lawyer, right? Like you got to go through everything just because your common sense will tell you that, Mo. That don't mean that you're gonna be able to present it that way.
Well, and that's like when I've seen judges say 30 minutes and then like 15 to, for rebuttal or whatever, and you can always save your time, but that's too fast when you have it because you got to get through the evidence. So there's like, it'd be too short, but I don't know. Maybe it's more that not her total time, but like get to the point quicker for each point, you know, like, and show that compassion. And then at the end of each point, drive in that point with that same compassion she had at the end. But again, I'm not being a hater. I think she did well. And just, I did see the prosecutor's rebuttal and that sucked. So, I don't know. I don't, so I haven't watched his, you know, his initial closing, but she did better than him if I'm judging it by the rebuttal.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some other Mary B.
Oh!
She's in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Mary B, what's poppin'?
Is this the attorney class?
Yeah.
I didn't want it to be an attorney class.
101.
I want to be in the chat and I can't even see what's happening.
No, too bad, Mo. Too bad.
Well, my case, I mean, I can't say any details about it, but it's settled. Maybe I think I told you guys what that was. There was some loss of consortium claims in this one with very old people.
Yeah.
Very old people, and they were like snuggling at the mediation. It was gross. I'm like, it looks like you're having plenty of consortium, you know. But we did settle for too much. But
We hope you're having an awesome day.
I am. I just got home from work, actually.
Well, I know you was at work, and I know you was able to jump in to be on the majority of the time, but I know you be hard working, so I know you see my emotions go up and roaring down and down. What was your thoughts on the closing arguments today?
Well, I thought she did a great job capitalizing on what to use a phrase or borrow a phrase from Jimmy, the white woman tears cord. Bold choice, Cotton. But for real, like, she used the sympathy thing, right? Like, people in the jury are gonna hear her say that and go, "Aw, aw."
Yeah. But when you say the sympathy thing, you mean making the jury normalize with her instead of seeing her as this vicious person like the prosecutors and investigators and made her look to be?
Yep.
So what do you think about that, Mo? Did you think that they did a good job?
Because it's all theater, Mo, right?
yes, it's all theater. A lot of attorneys did acting classes and stuff. And it's a show. You're doing this whole, you know, so the theater is a good thing. That's why I was wondering if anyone knew or if it's even come out what like the makeup of the jury is, if it's like mom, like, I don't know, you know, if it's women, if it's
right,
older women, younger women or whatever.
Well, we know jury number 2 a woman. We know that. And we know she said, I thought we was judging our facts, not theories.
I can hear that. How do you think she said it? How do you imagine?
Like I see. Well, I guess she's. You know, they what Latter-day Saints. This one thing now. I thought we were judging off facts, and you know. And when I heard that gave me hope right there, because like I said, I'm not stupid to the fact. I see everybody, you know, like think this woman is guilty, right? I mean. Sometimes it bees like that, right? To where, you know, you can formulate your opinion and you believe that this woman is guilty before the trial, during the trial, and sometime after the trial.
I did.
Yeah. And a lot of people did. Oh, my bad, y'all. That was just
reset the blunder clock.
Blunder.
But a lot of people did all right. And that's crazy though, right, y'all?
And you think I would know better since Karen's.
But what was her exact question? Because I saw what she wrote on the paper, stipulated facts or whatever. But what exactly did she ask?
No, she was just like, I thought we was going out facts.
But like, she could have just been asking, like, "Oh, do we get a copy of like what the stipulated facts were that you read to us earlier in the trial, so we can see, like, because if you're going right at the onset of jury deliberations, they probably think that, you know, they're going to have to start deciding issues. So they're probably like, wait, before we go, don't we have a list of stuff you guys already agreed to that we don't need to deliberate on, is what my guess is.
But yeah, that's true. I mean, you know better than us. But I want to talk about my guy.
But you had that picture up. You had that picture that showed what the facts were. You pulled it up, or maybe that was on the video.
Yeah, that was on the video. But
yeah.
I want to ask you this, because my guy, the lawyer, you know, aka Peter, right? He said, you know, he thinks she 80% guilty, but he said he would vote not guilty. But he said that he thinks that they're going to vote her guilty in this verdict. Mo, do you feel the same way?
Wait, he said he thinks they're going to do guilty?
Closings, he said that?
No, not after closings. He said that yesterday on his show with Big George, his father.
That he thinks the jury's going to go guilty?
Yeah, he said he thinks they're going to vote her guilty.
Because juries are crazy. I mean, you just never know with a jury.
You can't ever assume what a jury will do.
And like, you know, us in the chat and stuff, everyone's like, yeah, like even the people that are like, you know, think like, we think she did it. Like, I don't know that she did it. And you're never going to know unless people have there's a video they show at trial. Then you would think at that point, the person like pleads down, but takes some kind of plea deal and doesn't go to trial. But otherwise it's like, you got to prove to me basically almost 100%, you know, like, no, there can be doubt, but it has to be reasonable doubt, like, so even though I think she did it, obviously I would say, okay, you haven't proven it to me. And that's a, crux of our legal system that we should always be striving for, is that, no, we're not going to take someone's life and liberty away from them unless we are, the closest to either 100% or as close as you possibly can get, not a scintilla of doubt. But I don't think that your average jury aren't like us that are watching these trials and know this stuff. You have people that they don't think that way. And even when you look at the different interviews in the Karen Reed, it's like on the first thing, they're like, okay, but you didn't believe he like that she hit him at all, but you were still going to give her like second degree murder because she was drunk. Like what? That's doesn't make any sense. But
when you see there's a big problem, if in the prosecutor's closing arguments, they didn't elaborate on the lead investigator, like how does the jury look at that? And the mistakes he made, what he didn't investigate.
I mean, I think that any criminal trial, you're always going to have, like, you've got to be attacking, like, the integrity of the investigation. And it's just, it's like I said, it's like, I wish we could see what their faces are, what the jury was, how they're reacting to certain things. Like, the people that were there sitting in the courtroom can obviously see, like, when that guy was on the stand, like, it's so hard to gauge because one juror could be 100% different, and one juror could hear that and be like, oh God, nope, they did a terrible investigation. And at the same time, another juror could be thinking the exact opposite. This doesn't really matter. I think she did it, and blah, blah, blah. So like, you don't really know the effect that it has on them until you're like kind of in the courtroom. But that's always the theme. You always want to try to say they did a bad investigation. They did a bad investigation.
But when you actually see it play out in real time, that's the difference. Mary B, what's your thoughts, just like on jurors in general and jurors, period, and the way they think?
Well, I won't ever get to know what it's like to be a juror, but if I would think, well, see, now I'm biased, right?
Mary, you almost got there. A couple weeks ago.
Yeah, they built me up just to knock me down. But so again, you can't imagine how a jury's gonna think, right? That's one thing I learned. But it's just like with Proctor, they like acted like he didn't exist in the closing. Or did. And that too was weird.
Well, they acted like he didn't even exist at all in the second trial, obviously. They're like, what lead investigator?
Right. and not lead investigator anymore. He was the what did they call him? They gave him a new name.
Oh yeah, it was like I forget what it was, but
I forgot what they was, but I remember that name they started saying them. I want to ask you this.
like the case handler or like the
Usually,
case.
the case manager.
Listening
The
for
case manager.
a closing to include pieces of the investigation, as you know, him using pieces of the investigation to try to convince a jury, and he didn't, and that's weird to me.
we didn't, Mary B. Go ahead, Mo.
I was just gonna say I didn't go, like I said, I got to go back and rewind because I went around to yours, but I guess that was you have another stream from earlier today when I was in the mediation, right? That's
Yeah,
where
but,
it's
but
at. That's why I was like, does defense go first? Because I went scroll back, but I got to go back and look, so I don't know what I was.
Yeah, but I do want to ask you this, Mo. Right? If jurors believe even one key witness was dishonest, how much could that damage the prosecution's entire case?
Well, there's always a jury instruction about the credibility of witnesses. And you got to think of each piece of evidence like its own little brick, right? And the prosecution's trying to build a brick house with these bricks. So you got to take them individually. So you could take that lumberjack's testimony and just completely disregard it, right? And say, when we are considering if we have reasonable doubt or not, we think that guy was terrible or whatever, the housekeeper or Ginger was a liar. And you can just decide that brick's not going to come into the building, right? So that brick's just not going to be part of our consideration. You can just completely discredit, just say, I'm not weighing this at all. You got to weigh all the evidence, and the testimony's the same way. And when you weigh a witness's testimony, the testimony on the stand is evidence, but you got to weigh the credibility of those witnesses when you're putting them on the scale to weigh that evidence. So
But what if it's
you
the
can
star
decide to give them
witness,
no
though?
weight.
The star witness, and the credibility is shocked.
Yeah, he didn't bring her up at all.
What about that, Mo?
Well, that he didn't bring her up in closing.
Yeah,
I
Carmen.
mean, I gotta watch the
Diego.
closing. What else did he bring up? What did he say in the close? I mean, I gotta go back and look. So I mean, obviously,
it's a
I
lot.
don't need to give him the recap.
It's a lot, but Mary B, I do want to ask you this. Like personal opinion, like when the jurors hear testimony, about relationships, people having affairs or financial motives could be the reason. Does that emotionally influence the decision more than like the attorneys expect when they trying to deliver their message to the jury? Do you think? I'm gonna say it to you again. When jurors hear testimony about like relationship affairs or like financial motives, does that emotionally influence their decisions more than attorneys expect?
I think it does affect them, and I think the attorneys expect it. Like the whole theater of their closings and just their litigation overall is based on emotion, isn't it, Mo? I mean, like if you can hit that nerve.
Yeah, like you're looking at each juror and being like, how am I going to win this juror? And a lot of that, you get to know them. And when you could actually like talk to them for real is during voir dire. And, so I'm sure that they had questions about, have you ever had an affair? Has your spouse or whoever had an affair? Things like that, because, the prosecution is going to want someone that, some mistress came and stole her husband or something that's going to hate Kouri, and the defense is going to want the opposite of that.
Yeah, but with this being a Mormon state, does that play a bigger fact into it? Because they believe in.
Oh, you're right. Does it even count as cheating?
But I want to ask you this, and shout out to Swiss Miss in the building and Kirks. Mo, in your experience, Mo, what tends to affect juries more? The prosecution timeline or the defense ability to break holes in that timeline?
Again, it depends on the juror, but I think that the juiciness that people like to hear is like the defense cracking the holes. And sometimes when you have a long timeline, the jury will get bored at points, while the prosecution's doing their whole presentation. So, I mean, it really would just it depends on the details of the case. If it's like, there's some salacious details in this timeline. The jury's going to be listening to that and wanting to know, so it really would, again, depend on the case and the jury and the jurors themselves.
Okay, Mary, let me ask you this. In your opinion, because this is a M trial, because I learned that from my guy, the lawyer, this is a M1 trial, because he don't say that word, so I'm going to start saying M. This is an M trial, right? What is the single biggest question each juror must answer before they can return the verdict in this trial?
Did she do it beyond a reasonable doubt?
I agree 100%. That's it. Did she do it within a reasonable doubt? But Mo, right? With us being the public, right? Not being lawyers. And like I say, my emotions could take over me to where I could see it differently because it's different.
Way.
When you're a lawyer, it's different when you're a lawyer. Because I didn't think that was going to happen to Edric Frost, and it did.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Right? So
that's why, you don't know what they're going to think. That's why I hate to say I like one of the instructions in Massachusetts, but I like how they describe reasonable doubt, because it's not just, it is the evidence, and they've kind of corrected this, and it's an old way to explain to the jury what reasonable doubt is, but it's like to a moral certainty. So that's not evidence. Morals is something totally different than evidence, So I think of that as can you sleep at night and just you're fully fine with you sent this person to prison, or in a state that has the death penalty, you put this person to death. Can you sleep without anything in your mind thinking maybe you shouldn't do it? That's where you have to be.
But look, okay, let me follow that up with you then. So what roles does common sense versus legal instruction plays in how jurors ultimately decide a verdict? Because I say common sense. My common sense would say guilty, but legal instructions is different, Mo. Something I'm learning to understand now.
That's interesting, because there is legal instructions that say use your common sense, and there's a whole thing and it depends on the state how they, what the specific instructions are. But there is it's not called this, but a common sense instruction that use your common sense. So they instruct the jury to do that. But I think that goes to the same way of when you're weighing the evidence. Yeah, use your common sense when you're looking at things. Don't come up with crazy theories. But they don't just mean whatever you think. It doesn't. But so they give a whole instruction on it.
And Mary B, I want to ask you this because watching the Cameron Reed case for 3 years, it changed my mind. On the way I really look at witnesses coming on the stand.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to know, because we be our own jurors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do we now sometimes become suspicious when we see too many witnesses appear aligned with one narrative since the Cameron Reed case? Does that make us think like that now when we see all these witnesses aligned with each other?
Yes. We have post-traumatic McAlbert disorder.
No, seriously. And Mo, listen.
But the witnesses on one side should be aligned, because if one side is, and I'm not saying their side is the truth, but typically when you're proving this thing, your witnesses are all going to be hopefully aligned and telling the same story. That's the whole point of your job.
But the reason why I mentioned Cameron Reed, because we've seen a lot of holes in it, right? Just like I feel like I've seen a lot of holes in this case. Now, what I want to ask you is, right? It's going into that same thing, right? Do you look at it like that as a lawyer, right? After seeing this, how do y'all bounce back from seeing something so blasphemy, and y'all go through a case, then going into the next case to prevent that from happening, or even having that mind frame that it can happen again? How do you shake that off?
Like PTSD from Karen Reed, you mean?
No, not that. Like you being a lawyer. If you was a lawyer, you went through a trial. Like
I wouldn't like when I'm watching this. I'm not thinking about Karen Reed whatsoever. Like I'm thinking of it in its own thing. So like I don't think that Karen Reed has an effect on me. I mean, I know that police and investigators, in many cases, not just Karen Reed's, do a sloppy, lazy job and don't do what they're supposed to do. And it's this not acceptable because, and I'm not saying that in this is the case, but for like the stuff with Brian Walsh, it's like with all they could have easily done this stuff, but they're lazy, entitled, and they're just not. Just what's the reason not to do it? Like, and if you really want to prove your case, and this should be hammered down to them by like the prosecutor's office, like I need you to go under every nook and cranny and test everything and do everything, so there aren't going to be these holes. And like case after case, you see investigators and police departments not doing that. And there's like no reason why not. It's like, why wouldn't you just test it? Why wouldn't you just check the kitchen? Why wouldn't you just, what? It makes no sense. I mean, I get it, like not dusting around for like Prince, the whole house or whatever, just because the manner of his death. But if you're going to make the argument that he was poisoned in a drinking glass, like, I mean, they wouldn't know at that point, but they know that he had some kind of, drug overdose or poisoned. So why aren't you checking that? It just doesn't make any sense. It's just like lazy police work.
Yeah. And I didn't think about Karen Reed while watching this case, but then I realized how much Karen Reed's trials did have affected my thinking of like, shake it off, like shake off the Norfolk County of it all, because it has like affected the way I look at trials now. Because you're right, it is totally separate, but like I got to a point where I recognized like, man, I'm like scarred from it.
And think of this jury. I mean, I doubt that because I'm sure they even ask them if you watch true crime and this and that and voir dire. And I don't know, do they have voir dire on that you can watch? I'd like to see the voir dire, but either way, like that. Think of who's in that jury pool. I mean, just look at the audience in the pews. It's like, all right, just pick 8 of those people, and like I don't know, what do you think they're gonna do? It's like,
but I want to know this, Mo. Do the jury have to decide how the victim died before deciding who caused it?
Well, yeah, manner of death. Yeah, you want to know how they died.
So how important is it for the jury to agree on the timeline of the events the night of Eric death?
I think they have to agree more on because I feel like the time, I mean, I guess there's the dispute of the time when she was opening her phone and she's saying, well, she was in the kids' room or whatever. So there's some timeline stuff there that, but I mean, otherwise, I mean, we know how he died, right? It's not like it's a mystery. We know how he died. It's not like it's Karen Reed, one's saying he got hit by a car and one's not. We know how bad.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Mary B. Do you think the jury have to believe every prosecution witness or just enough of them to prove the case?
Just enough of them.
Do you think that's fair? Just enough of them? Do you think that's fair though? And I agree with you. I do truly believe just enough of them. But do you think that's fair?
No, I don't think it's fair. But then it's like, there's a lot. I mean, this is just what the justice system is. It's like, who can perform better? Who can put on the best show?
That do make sense. Who could put on the best show? With the way we seen Mr. Bloodshed, I think that was his name. Bloodshed. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he presented I think Kouri innocent, but to be fair, I think he did deliver a closing statement that could make a jury think, because the way he was delivering it, he stayed at it steady, pounding that point without bringing up the other guy. So he drilled that in their head that she's a terrible person, the means, the motive, the opportunity. So yeah, you is right about that. Oh my God. So
Well, and that's the thing with when he was like, because I didn't like, I mean, I just saw that rebuttal, but when he's like, huh, like snarky, kind of like laughing like that, I'm like, but you always are reading to the jury. Like if you like if say that when they're reading that part, there could have been people that are like rolling their eyes, and that's why he did it, because like you play off the jury. So it's so hard to see like maybe why if the jury was all stoic, a lawyer probably they're not gonna like laugh like that. So it has to be some kind of he's reading their faces and you know kind of goes off that energy. So that's another reason I'm concerned is not, I mean, I'm not concerned because I did it, but just kidding. But I am concerned. I'd be concerned if she was convicted, even though whatever, I'm like, man, this is too much of a coincidence. But I still just in the legal system and what it means, what reasonable doubt means and what it doesn't mean, I would be upset if they convicted her, because it's like, well, here goes another jury just convicting state. You don't really need a reasonable doubt. It's just, all right, well, we think she did it, and that's obviously not the standard.
Now I'm glad you said that, because what's really got my mind, boggling, like it's just juggling. They've been juggling for this whole trial, right? It's the experts, right? Because I feel like this, Mo, but this is me. But me watching in there, I see you can bring in guys who not certified. You can bring in guys who lie on their CV, and hey, boom, that's okay. So how much does the jury have to rely on so-called expert testimony versus their own common sense?
Well, it depends on what kind of experts like you need and what points you're trying to prove with the experts. If you have certain kind, engineers, and some cases you'll require a lot more experts. Juries do get bored at experts, so finding good experts that are like put it simply and that the jury wants to listen to and are engaged with and are just believable. But you can have some experts that it's like they just bore the jury to death, and I mean you got to learn how to question them correctly. But I want to say one thing about Dusty's mentioned something, and she's like, okay, jurors could, that she can set aside her emotions, and like you're always thinking that no, that juries decide things on emotions, and like what I was saying before, that yeah, we're the people that follow this type of stuff. Like we'd go in and put our emotions aside and weigh it according to the standard, but that's not how your average jury does it. Like they don't set aside the emotions,
right. And all it takes is one.
And I'm glad you said all it takes is one, Mary B, because this is my next question for you. Even if one witness was caught lying, would that make you question the entire case if you were in that jury box?
I'm picturing myself, I'm imagining in a fantasy land that I get to be a juror. If they caught one witness lying, would that determine if I think she's guilty or not? Is that what you said?
Well, yeah, I was like, if the what else?
Yeah, that's what.
Like if one witness was caught lying, like one key witness, like detective, the dancing lumberjack, or what you call? I think you called him something. The dancing lumberjack, something you said. The key witness like him was caught lying. Would that make you question the entire case if he the lead detective? I should have said. See, I should have quoted that better. Mo, I'm getting better at that. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, well, I would pretty much have to discount it, or at least, I don't know. I would probably have to. So wait a minute. The lumberjack.
He was the lead detective.
Oh, I knew that.
He was the lead detective.
Yeah. No, I would not. No. How's it? Oh, so he's the one that said, I don't recall.
I don't recall. I don't know. I think probably. I don't know. Oh my.
I think
yeah.
I couldn't get past. I don't think I could get past an investigator saying I don't recall. Period.
Yeah. No, I agree. I definitely agree. And it was astonishing, right? You know, like I said, whether if this woman is guilty or not, the investigation was terrible. And it's astonishing to see that these guys who took an oath, right, to do whatever they take to follow the law and make sure that we bring justice to this great world we live in America. That we could see stuff like that. Now, Mo, we know, because we know that you do what you do, right? Would you personally need direct proof, or would strong circumstantial evidence be enough to convict for you?
But to be clear, I do civil. So I'm not trying murder trials. I'd be the person that's like suing for the wrongful death, like the OJ second case. So just a disclaimer. But anyways, now I forgot the question.
I'm gonna say it again. Would you need
circumstantial evidence? Remember the donut? Remember the powdered donut case that I said?
Yeah.
You do, and people always hear circumstantial evidence. And they're like, oh, it's, in a show, like, well, that's circumstantial. Like, no, you're allowed to consider circumstantial evidence. It's the circumstances. There's this, there's a few different analogies that people use of like what's circumstantial, but the powdered donut one is, right? You remember that one?
Yeah. But see, when I'm so caught up in and confused in, it's reasonable doubt, right, Mo? Right, like I don't know how much reasonable doubt really is in the world. I don't know how much it is. I don't know what percentage of reasonable doubt even means something, because I want to ask this: if the prosecution story has even small gaps, should the jury give the defendant the benefit of the doubt for small gaps? Right, because they say reasonable doubt, small gaps. What's the percentage of reasonable doubt? Like, because they say small gaps. I'm confused. Like, if it's small gaps, should the jury give the defendant the benefit of the doubt?
It depends what the gaps are. If there's a small gap, but then there's like, oh, well, then we walked in and she had a knife over him and it's all bloody and it's like no one else is there. It's
okay.
That gap is not going to matter. But think of like the scales of justice. Like you got to think of each thing, and then you're putting them on the scale. And if you're looking at the scales when it comes to a capital murder case, it needs to be one's all the way at the bottom, as much as the scale can go, because it's not going to let it get all the way one side, get all the way to the bottom, because that's how the scale works. But those little pieces, if you that gap, it's like, all right, you're not going to be able to put that on this side of the scale.
Okay, well, let me give you something. Well, let me give you a gap that they tried to pound on with that rubber what's that stuff? Just a rubber hammer. A rubber hammer, right?
Do you mean a peen hammer?
Yeah, I guess. I seen y'all saying that, right? Now, listen,
a ball peen lumberjack hammer.
That was in the crossword puzzle today. One of the answers was peen, P-E-E-N. And then I didn't know what it was, but I got the other ones down, so it like just filled in itself. But I was like, what? Ball blank hammer? Like, and that's the thing I look with. It's got a rounded peen edge hammer. It does. That side of the hammer does look like a little peen head. But.
Yeah, but the reason why I asked you that is because the gap that they tried to, that Leave It to Beaver looking mother fudge cake tried to pound on was the way Kouri acted, talking to the police with her head down crying, and the way the sister acted. Do you think a gap like that, with them looking at each one, the jury considers that? I think Mo pressed that mute button.
Oh, I thought you were asking Mary B. I was just typing something in the chat about peens.
I
Sorry.
was asking you because I was asking you the smart because we was talking about gaps, right?
Now I just got peen. Yeah, okay,
He's got
gaps.
peen brain.
Okay, what?
No,
Can we pull up the Can we pull up the judge again?
But we was talking about gap. We can do whatever. We was talking about gaps, right? And I said the gap they tried to focus on, in the rebuttal in the last part of the closing arguments was the way Kouri was crying in grief and the way the sister was. Do you think the jury considers that? I mean, I'm looking at everybody grieve different. And the prosecution,
like, what if it's a bunch of mean old ladies that are like, she's a little bitch? Like, I mean, who knows? You just don't know. You gotta. I wish. That's why I'm like, I wish, because what all that really matters. I mean, it sounds crazy, but the facts don't matter. It's like, does the judge like you? Does the jury like you? Does the jury believe you? And that's it. And that's why maybe it's a show. Like, you want to convince the audience, and if they like you, so it's like there's so much dependent on a jury, and you can go to a trial, and a jury could be entirely one way, and then you get a mistrial, and then it's like whoop, swings the entire other direction. It's just so hard to. There must be some articles or people that are there reporting, right, that are commenting on the jurors or something. I mean, you obviously can't say their names, but sometimes people are like, oh, they have thoughts on that.
But jury. Are you saying, Ray, the similarity between the sister and Kouri's reactions?
Yeah, because that's what
I couldn't even tell the difference between them. Like, when I was only listening, it was hard for me to even tell who I was listening to crying.
Yeah, Kouri was more of a cry, a head down, the sister going wild. Now, maybe I want to ask you this, right? Just by knowing this case, right? And watching, if the jury room become divided, right? Whether they think she's guilty or not guilty, right? What kind of argument, well, let's say if they think she's guilty, you can answer for guilty or not guilty. What kind of argument could each side come up with that could possibly change the mind, whether they could say they're guilty or whether they could say they're not guilty?
You mean hypothetically?
Hypothetically. Hypothetically. Like, because if you split and you got this side that say guilty, this side that say not guilty, what do you think the people not guilty could say that there's what you've seen in this case to the people who feel like they're guilty to make them go not guilty? And on the other aspect, what do you think the people who saying they guilty could change the people from saying they not guilty to guilty?
Well, did the defense emphasize that the investigation wasn't touched on?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Okay. I was listening, but I was also getting an oil change.
But she fell asleep because the ladies' thing was too long.
Oh, yes. They emphasized
it was
that
her blazer. Her blazer made me sleep.
Her blazer wasn't bad this time. The lady sitting next to Kouri had and the blazer would be bad if it had matching pants, but again, I don't want to insult anyone.
I know it's an open-ended question because we never know what the jury think, and my mind just
Well, you need a good foreman. You need to you try to even pick who you think. I don't know how they do it there, but you'll get a sign. You either judge will assign a foreman. Sometimes they go back and somebody elects the foreman, or they offer to be the foreman. But it's a lot easier for the people that are to get the guilty people off guilty than the other way around, because when people are set in their ways, she's not guilty. They're not going to be like, all right, fuck it, give her the death penalty. It's way easier to go that way. But again, it's about voir dire is the most important part of trial, because you've got to get the jury, get the right people. You try the best you can to get the best people, and you're always thinking, all right, which one? And we will always guess who's going to be the foreman. Who do you think the foreman is? Because you don't know until. In Florida, you don't know until the end. But
Ray, do you see Kirk's?
Oh, Kirk's here.
Look at
Kirk's got some facts. Kirk knows his case because I just saw that too.
Oh, they want to get in?
No, she.
Okay.
She can't, but nothing but hot fire.
She said, let me see. She said, Katie and her husband were impeached in the first couple of questions by the defense. The entire case revolves around what Katie said. Just like, man, boy, she ain't lying. Boy, shout out to Kirk's. Kirk's been paying attention to this trial. Kirk's really been paying attention to this trial.
Just take all Kirk's comments
because that's the truth.
Turn them into like a whole
and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, let me go look at Kirk because Kirk been paying attention to this trial because they did get impeached. They did lie. This is crazy work.
I just thought, well, Dusty just put, she said 6 men, 2 women. So I wonder what that. Let's think. Who like, is it better to have men on there? But like, and they, you know, if I was prosecution, I'd be like, I want men whose wives cheated on them and took the money. You know, that's who I'm trying to get. Men that wouldn't like her. But I wonder.
Okay, so that might explain a lot of his style of
Yep.
You know, guys, you know how women are, you know, right? You know, like to kind of play to the way of he thinks men might view women as like, I don't know.
I know, I agree. You know what bothered me with these bougie ass people out here? I'm gonna put my hand up first. You know how many times, you know, you get into fights with your significant other, say, "I hope you die. I hate you." You don't think that like people out here are acting too bull? When do we start living in a bunch of angels in America, and people act like that doesn't happen? That is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Crazy to me. And it ain't about you really want the person to die, right? You don't want that to happen. It ain't no factual stuff about that, but you say shit like that. That don't mean it's fact. And I just didn't like the narrative the prosecution tried to push, like, you don't get into heated arguments. and vicious words don't be said. Trust me, I put my hand up. I done said vicious words. Other people done said vicious words to me. Right? Does it make it right? No. But hey, we're human. Sometimes your emotions can get the best of you, right? So let's just, and I just didn't understand, you know, like, people can look at that and be like, okay, yeah, that does make sense. I'm not telling the motherfucker, I hope you die. I hope you go out there and fucking wreck you. You know motherfuckers that told me so much type of shit that they hope happened to me. That's how I hope it happened to you too. Same shit.
Yeah. I mean, that's a fair point. It gets ugly.
It doesn't, and my point is, it doesn't make a person a killer. Right, and that's what the prosecution tried to nail home, how mean she was. Oh, she said this, it'll be better off, but her friend came up there and said, you know, no, it was just joking and stuff. it wasn't nothing like that. But guess what? The prosecution, they just, you know, they leave it to Beaver looking motherfucker. He just ran with it. Now, whoever want to answer this, do you think jurors, right, are focusing on facts from the trial, on their gut instinct about the people involved? Hold up. I think we got somebody in the building. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some growth in it. She's in the building, ladies and gentlemen. What's popping?
Yay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Can you hear us?
Okay, I did it right.
Yay.
Anybody else want to come up here? We got 6 more slots. Y'all could jump on in. And I want to start doing this on the regular too, because I want to get, you know, people more involved, everybody more involved to talk, because I like talk. I could talk for days, right? Like,
My boy, we know. We know.
Yeah.
I'm extra.
Who'd have thunk it?
I thought I thought a putty cat. I did hear a putty cat. But growth, what's
See my
popping
dog?
growth?
My damn dogs is what's popping. Shit. As
Man,
soon as I get this turned on, they gotta bark.
Man, let them dogs roar. We love animals over here. They could roar. They want to talk too. They're like, Mama, let me talk. But growth, have you been paying attention to this entire trial? Or most of it?
Most of it.
And by that, Ray means just the defense, because Ray doesn't watch the prosecution. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
No, I've listened to most of it. I mean,
So what's your thoughts? Do you think she's innocent or guilty? Like, first off.
okay, so if I'm basing it off of the evidence and what they've shown, if I was a juror, I'd have to say not guilty because they've done a really shitty job. But off personal feelings and what I feel like I've seen of her and other stuff, I don't know. I'm kind of 50-50 on it, but it's gone up a little since would you shut up, dog? They don't want to hear you. Yeah, be quiet. Whisper. Whisper. Yeah, whisper just like that.
They're worse than babies.
But I don't know. It's just it's not like a slam dunk either way for me. So I don't know. You know, I just think they're reaching a little bit as far as evidence because I think evidence for her to be not guilty is a little more than guilty because of what they've shown. That's all I could say, honestly.
And we're going to get to that in a minute, but I got to say, hold up, wait a minute. Let me put some Laura Ornado in it. She say, loving this panel, Blunderberry. We love you too,
we love
Laura
you.
Ornado. And you know what we got to do, right? Hey, shout out to Pretty Cookie, right? Man, she done made me a banger, right? And y'all know I need to give me some water in them because I got some questions I need to ask Growth. Because Growth, I respect what you're saying because a lot of people think, you know, she's guilty. A lot of people think she's going to get, hey, the lawyer, you know, he thinks she's going to get convicted for guilty. But let me turn up for Laura Ornado. Give me some water. We'll be back in a minute.
You're a daily if you do. You're a daisy if you do. But I ain't got shit to prove. Boo dust, gold tooth, Lil Bruce, smile sharp enough to choose. Bang, bang, right through your cool. Walking like a rumor with a pulse. Lip curl sweeter than your cold. My eyes say try me and you freeze like salt. Got your huggle. You want it, that smoke, I'm the whole damn stack. Got your huggle. Step up, I'll clear the room. You're a daisy if you do. You're a daisy if you do. All aces in my hand, better back. Tongue sharp like a tag, hit a click, clack. You wanted that heat, now it's time to meet the sun. No shade, just black. Walk slow, silver in my lap. Halo, crooked heart attack. Say a piece, talk that trash. I turn every word to glass. Cut deep. Got your huggle. You wanted that smoke, I'm the whole damn stack. Got your huggle. Step up, I clear the room. Smile sharp enough to do. You're a daisy if you do. You're a daisy if you do.
Man, shout out to Pretty Cookie, man. We back. And we got the beautiful Mo S. We got the beautiful Mary B. And we got the beautiful Growth Renewal. They're in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. How the fuck? Let me see. Hold up. Hold up. Shit, how the fuck I do this shit? Hold up. Shit. Okay, I gotta say, hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Let me put some Pretty Cookie in it. She's in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
What's poppin', Pretty Cookie?
I'm in the house. What's
Oh
up,
my
everybody?
gosh.
She's in the building. You see, we just got through playing. Hey, pretty cookie.
Cookie, hi
That's amazing.
Cookie.
Awesome. Awesome. So happy to be here with you guys.
Man, we so happy you came up. And we'll get to you just in a second. Now, growth. I want to get back to you, beautiful lady. Because I mean, a lot of people think she's guilty, and I think you lean in that way a little bit too. Right? What's your main reason?
Why?
What's your main reason that you think she's guilty?
Because there's something fishy there for me. I can't put my finger on it, what it is about the whole thing, but it just seems like there's something weird that may have happened. I don't know. Of course I wasn't there, so I don't know what happened, but just something's off for me about the whole thing. Like, like
you think
what
it has to
could
do
have
with the walk the dog letter?
It's not even just that. It's just the way the trial went from what I've watched. And, I watched it through Defense Diaries. And, of course, he's really good at interpreting things. Kind of like Melanie Little. Like, it's easier to hear an attorney or lawyer explain things. And so hearing it in a way that I could understand, and then seeing the evidence, and I don't know, they should have just presented it better. They should have done their job better, obviously, but something's just fishy about it that I can't put my finger on about the whole thing. So that's why I lean a little towards guilty, but I can't say guilty for sure because I don't know what it is that's bothering me about it,
But do you think they did enough to sign, seal, and deliver that guilty verdict?
No, as far as evidence, but the way both the defense and the prosecution have all went, it's just, I don't know, it's kind of like a shit show. You know what I mean? You're just watching a shit show, kind of. So
look, I do think the defense did a way better job today, but and I'm biased. The way he presented, just nailing after her with the financial, nailing after her with being a bad friend, nailing after her with stealing the 45,000. As a human nature, it can make some people in the jury look at her as a terror who would do anything for money, and he nailed that in. It was disappointing that he didn't get to the investigation. But I got to give him an A+. If you're talking about destroying somebody's character, he did that.
well, you can be a thief and not be a murderer, or you can be both. But I didn't really get to hear all of the closing arguments either because I was busy, but just from what I've seen, it's been a weird trial, to be honest. So
yeah, it's been very
I don't know.
weird. It's been very weird.
The outfits, especially. The outfits.
Right.
Those will be separate charges.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 of them now. Listen.
This is like a business opportunity. We should all just go open regular clothes stores in Utah.
No, seriously, because they need help. Knock knock, who's there?
Somebody in the chat has to do hair. Does anybody do hair? They need some hair people out there.
I'm glad I just seen this beautiful pretty kooky, aka Jamie James, post this because she's in the building, ladies and gentlemen, and she just said defense really, and I'm with her, really hit home beyond a reasonable doubt. The beautiful Jamie James, aka Pretty Kooky. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I just felt like they really, really humanized it today. Like it resonated with me. really
I'm with
resonated with me.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% right. Because last night on the show, right, I said that they're gonna have to have like a Barry Bonds, Mark McGuire, Sammy Sosa, and them steroid years, and knock it out the park. I mean, they have to nail every corner of their closing argument tomorrow. And what you saying, the defense really hit home beyond a reasonable doubt. I agree with that 100%. Shout out to Miss Lee. Now,
Yeah, she killed it.
everyone,
I think.
how long do y'all think these deliberations will go on?
I don't think you could ever. Oof.
It's so hard to guess. Yeah, like you
I
gotta
think I
see.
asked that wrong. I asked that wrong. I apologize. I'm going to say it like this. So, if the deliberations come back early rather than later, who is that more in favor of, y'all think? Or is that something that you can't predict either, Mo?
I mean, you never want them to come back as on a murder trial like too quickly for either side, but it's like the more that you want them to consider it, because you can even, a judge can do make them go back, be like, that wasn't enough time, even, if it's like too quick. They're like, yep, we already decided. And you could appeal on that like alone, probably. But it's like if they're weighing more evidence, I don't know, it can really go either way, but usually it's like you want it to come back quicker on defense to be like, they already know, they've decided, they don't need to be weighing anything. They already know, they already have reasonable doubt going in there. But again, but sometimes it, depending on the amount of evidence, and they want to be reasonable people, and actually look at all the things again and really weigh it, it takes time, but.
I would say I would expect at least 3 days, if not more.
We should make a pool. Everybody could do their guesses, like when you guess when a baby's going to be born, like, all right, who's voting Thursday at 4 or whatever.
Don't talk about brackets with Ray.
Oh, yeah. And no prizes. Oh, yeah. Have you done a bracket, Ray?
Is that, who is this? Let me see who that is. Is that the real one? I don't know if that's I don't think that's the real one.
It's not.
It's not. And you out there too. It ain't the real one. Get out of here. Get out of here. You can just sit back there and wait.
What do you mean? Wait, guys, I can't see what you're talking about.
I can't either.
No, that ain't the real Helen Keller back there.
Oh,
yeah, it is.
My bad.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Huh?
Get her up here. Get that little bitch up here.
Oh, well, come back. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
My bad. Sorry, Helen. That's my fault.
Yeah, Ray, that was like when you erased Emma's chat.
I'm sorry.
You didn't know until he was Emma's.
Hey.
I'm like, whoa, that's Emma.
Yeah, I was like, hey, remember that day I said, who is Diaper? What do you mean by Diaper?
Oh my gosh. And me and her were fucking around like all black people are aggressive, right? Ray saw, and then Ray just jumps in the conversation, and it's like he doesn't see the context, and it's like, who's this? Kicked her out.
My fault. My fault. Sorry, Helen.
Sorry, Helen.
I'm sorry. I'm just well, y'all know me.
I was thinking it was something else, like you were asking, and I didn't know.
Oh my God!
I'm the blunder.
Yeah, you're always. Helen is a real victim of Ray's because this is now his second offense to her. The original Helen Keller. If you want, I can give you Meredith's number, Helen. You can get on the victim train.
Come back, please. I'm sorry. Hold up. So sorry.
I'm the blunder. This blunder does not go to Ray. This goes totally to me.
Damn. I'm an asshole in real life.
No.
Shit.
No, Emma, it was like we were he deleted one of the comments that when we were fucking around, he didn't like kick you out or anything.
It was like a week ago. It was,
and I was talking, and I was like, wait a minute, where did her comment go? I'm like, Emma, hello, just because Ray didn't know you were Emma.
He just thought it was a diaper.
Like, who is Diaper?
An
I'm sorry.
insulting diaper.
He's hyped and diped.
Oh man.
You know, did you see 5150 and stuff today? I think could that have anything to do with the C Note album getting hyped and diped once again?
Oh yeah.
I ain't
Top
seen
of the
that. What
charts.
happened?
Top of the charts.
Oh, it's the top of the charts.
I think it like
I don't
went.
know what it is.
16,
It was 20,
Okay,
but I think it got closer than. I
I
think
say,
it got up to a
hold
number.
up. I say, hold up. Wait a minute. I say, hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some Helen Keller in it. Boom! She's in the building.
Woo! Helen! Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm gonna die. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Hey, I'm a paranoid. Hello, Helen
Disclaimer.
Keller. What's popping? Now look, y'all. Now look.
Y'all
This is a
caught up,
special-
Helen?
Huh?
Y'all caught up?
Oh man.
How do you sign you all caught up?
So I could be James too.
This is a momentous moment, y'all. Because
Oh my God!
Helen Keller got me the best out of anybody.
Would you believe it?
Would you believe it? You know, we taking this ride over here. We going all the way to Dallas, and we're gonna remind you that we can put all the turbulence right up in that ass if you need it.
Oh shit.
Mary B, you gotta be Jay Brill. You've been practicing your Jay Brill.
I don't have any grapes.
You only had to learn 7 lines. The only 7 lines he knows how to say, you know? Yup.
Hey,
Yup.
what's 8 plus
We
4?
working.
We are working.
We working too.
So Helen, what's your thoughts?
Sorry, I'm gonna mute because I just can't stop laughing at Helen.
What's
right
your
now.
thoughts on this case, and do you think it'll be a innocent, or do you think it'll be guilty verdict?
It should be innocent. With the
I
way
agree
that the
100%.
world is, I don't know what it would be. I feel like I thought Karen Reed was going to be obviously innocent, and that played a twist, but there's too many questions.
I definitely agree, man. It's heartbreaking for me to see, like, when a lead detective don't do their job after seeing what's going on down there in the Massachusetts area and how that impacted. And then to see this, even though the woman may be guilty, but I don't know because the investigation wasn't done properly.
Makes everything a lot more eye-opening. Makes you look at everything different.
Oh, my. Oh, my.
How you feel over there? What you thinking?
Smooth face in the house.
Long gamers. Long gamers.
Disclaimer.
This is your
Wait, guys, you need to kick everyone out of the chat. Anyone that has a question in the chat, you need to just delete them out of the chat.
Right?
Hey,
No doubt.
anybody who runs with that fool, kick him out of the chat.
Oh, man. What about little Raffy? Little Raffy, though. What about little Raffy?
Will Glara?
Will Glara? He ain't about that life.
Hey, Mo, guess what I have to say about your cease and desist?
Let me
cease and desist these nuts.
How we gonna sit here and make all I don't understand how you gonna make cancer jokes, but we can sit here and make tuberculosis jokes all day long, and that ain't nothing, right?
Hey, yeah, hey, recording. Yo.
I'm just trying to do my journalism. Everybody and their mama care about that recording.
I can ask questions, right? I can ask questions.
I just got questions.
I got questions too. But when that little shit comes into the chats and he starts asking questions, I so badly just want to be like, stop. You know what I'm about to ask. Strike 1, strike 2, knock it off.
Just because I look like a lesbian cult leader at a funeral You make fun of me? I'm a journalist.
Matt Fugazi, dog. We working too.
I'm going to 39,000. 39,000.
You know I pick up my dog's poop.
Lil Willie Henry, you don't even pick up your dog's poop.
We for justice. We want the justice.
Just for kids, man. Just for kids.
For real, bro.
That I can't. Oh my god.
And that Ray from Dallas, that piece of shit.
I cannot do the accent.
A little
I'm
Ralphie.
way too
A little
Texan.
Ralphie.
Way too Texan to try a Massachusetts accent right now.
I don't
Say,
know.
bro,
You can be Brill. His accent is more of like a
like
caveman
a
rock mixed with the rock accent.
and a duh.
Hey, that's right, y'all. I'm out there.
why don't
We
you
out
ask
there.
him to
Yup,
park
we're out there. We out there. Where are you, TB?
Kelsey,
Where are you?
Kelsey. But I got some questions.
Yo, ask him this. Ask him this.
Yo, TB. What about Ralphie? What about this person with a sign?
Yeah,
What about
Yo,
you?
TB?
Why you support him, huh?
What are you doing? I
stand up
came
for
up to your car. I came in for you today. No, I'm talking to you.
Nah, for
Why you
real though.
shaking? Why you shaking?
That's it. We working. I took the day off from work.
Boy, I
You ain't
swear.
here for Kelsey. Fuck you, 15-year-old girl. Cry, baby. Cry.
Yeah,
Cry, you little bitch. Cry, bitch.
We mad tough over here.
Oh, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, boy. If I and I put this on everything I love, cause I'm coming up there for the Wilbur. Everything I love. I wish could, and I have my phone right in his face, just like the GOAT. Push my hand like that. Push my hand like that.
Here,
Right,
I'll be.
but no. TB, tuberculosis, is a clown. He's a clown. Then the loudest noise, like just picture the loudest, most obnoxious noise to your ears. They put off cowbells. Like, it's like, oh God. I'm like,
When
what?
he got that horn, my dogs were pissed. And I was pissed.
But we working.
What I
We're
don't
out here.
understand about that is, Jay Brill, you want to good dad gang, okay? If he didn't have the patience to deal with you and he reacted, what about everyone's kids that night? What was the point of that?
Mm-hmm.
This is real journalism.
It's just so dumb.
Hey, it's Texas. They ain't people. They're just people from Texas.
No.
They ain't got lives and kids.
No, we just doing journalism.
We just sit on the internet all day.
You know, we're gonna pour the coffee all over the ground, and somebody's gotta clean the drink up because you know there's always a straw that stirs the drink, and if you read.
Oh my God, I remember he did 20 minutes talking about this straw to his cup one day. I mean,
it went nowhere.
Sorry.
Hold up, y'all. She did it again. Hold up. I say, hold up. She say, how many feet are we in the air? Hey,
Turbulence
swim,
in the
God.
dirt.
You want to get out the garage yet? Hold up. We got to turn up for the beautiful Laura Ornado. Hold up. We got to turn up. This is a big turn up. We're going to turn up to my kinfolk king.
Came home on my shit, broke a bitch in a week for a dub. I don't believe these new niggas, they rapping my life. You ain't seen half the shit I done done.
Barnardo for turning us up. We love you to death, Laura A. And man, we got an amazing and we got a lot of beautiful women on here tonight, and I appreciate y'all for being on here. Yeah, but like say when he look, he puts the little girl hand. He know he did it, right? Then the bitch ass dude gonna talk about oh, you crying, man. I wish I would have been right there, man. Man, I wish I would have been right there, like, like for real. And like I'm like that because they already done threatened and did all this other shit to say what they gonna do. Walk up on me and push my hand from the camera. I ain't got no charges like the go. I'm on some I wish a Jay Brill would type shit or any one of them. Like for real. They don't know my resume.
And he clearly chose. There was somebody from the video that TB had played. There's a person next to him on the right, and then the other girls next to him on the left. So there were two people already recording him that he could have pushed their cameras. He waited for the third smallest and most confident, like.
Then he walked the other woman back like, bro, walk me back. Because you put your chest on me, boy. Hold up. That's going to be
he's allowed to slap Aiden's hand, but no one can put their phone in his face. He's allowed to put his phone in everyone else's face, but once it happens to him, it's a fucking problem. Like, dude, the double standards there. I was like, not that I'm
and like
surprised.
his reaction, like the normal thing, a normal adult human, like even if you didn't like slap her or whatever, but it's like you don't go back and then he's like taunting her, like you gonna cry about it. It's like that was the worst to me than the first part.
Yeah. It's like it's like, oh, in case you didn't know that I was being abusive to a child, I'm gonna make sure you know now. Like I'm not gonna leave any doubt that I'm bullying a child.
Yeah, the natural reaction is to taunt her rather than just apologize and remove her from the situation.
Exactly.
Especially a man. Let the person be a black man taunt a girl like that. Oh boy, the waves on that. They'll still be talking about that to this day. Like real talking, I don't get it.
He does that shit, and then he's like, well, you shouldn't have brought your 16-year-old child here. Excuse me? Like, so that made it okay that you did that because she shouldn't have been there in the first place?
And I forget who said, someone mentioned this on the channel too. Like, maybe it was Claire. It was like, that's an excellent place for someone to learn. Like, that's for, it's like 15, 16-year-old to like be out, like learning civics. They don't even teach civics in school, but it's like, that's actually a pretty good field trip for the day.
I would have loved to do that when I was a kid. That would be awesome, dude.
Absolutely.
She probably learned more standing there right then than she did in school. You know what I'm saying?
I've been to a couple standouts, and she is so outgoing. She's very nice. She is always so eager to learn at the front of the line so that she can get in with her notebook. So if that ruined her confidence in 0.1%, if she questions going to the next hearing, if something is going to happen, that's a problem.
And that's what the thing, like, aren't you there? Like in Brill's video, I mean, they started off that stream of saying, we're coming here because we knew TB was going, and now they're trying to pretend they didn't know, but TB announced it several times, and he was like, of course they watch his show, and they knew he was going to that hearing, and Jay Brill says it, that's why he showed up. And it's like, what do you think, and these people are for Kelsey, like, do you think that even if you disagree with whatever the supporters are, like, why would you be going in to attack the group of supporters that are there supporting Kelsey and say that you support Kelsey? It makes and then even if you hated Aiden or whatever it is, that is, if you can't understand that is like the opposite of supporting Kelsey, you're actually doing the exact opopposite. It's just mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Laura, I say that y'all see when TB was leaving, Jay Bitch told the bum TB was leaving and he said, go get him. Or after him, I think it was Erica Friend that stopped. That motherfucker, man.
I didn't see that, Laura.
Catherine Fish, right?
I ain't see that either.
He had tried to walk around the corner, and it just looked like he was trying to walk, and Jay Brill started like running behind him, and 2 other women had seen that he was kind of like making a quiet exit, and Brell didn't seem to really like that.
Well, he hadn't slept, Helen. I mean, Randy. He hadn't slept, remember?
Yeah, and then he went live. He went live and admitted the day after that he had called people to go with him. So he wasn't alone. He called
who
and
wanted to go
Well,
with
and he said he
him,
waited.
though?
He's like, I got up extra early and waited here 3 hours till you got here. It's like, okay, well, and then the next sentence, like, I didn't know you were gonna be here. You specifically just said it on camera, you fucking doofus. Like,
And standing there like a bitch waiting on him with his camera, then mad because the goat pulled out his camera and put it back in his face. Man, I wish.
he's wearing a hoodie. Of course, he wasn't planning on going into the courthouse or anything. I mean, I would hope not.
Oh, that Back to the Future ass hoodie he had on.
But he had on $200 shoes.
So who
He
said
took a wrong turn going to centerfolds.
$200? He said that shit.
I guess people might have been making fun of his outfit, and he had to just be like, "Well, my shoes are $200."
I don't think he even knows what he said. He just had to make sure he kept saying words.
Yes.
That's all.
And he knows like 30 in total. He just puts them together in a different mix. Like, yup, got it. We working.
What did he say? Like, I don't have no spit in my mouth.
That's not spit. And like instead of like Greg, and he had to respond. It's like Meredith style. It's like, no, I don't have crooked eyes. Actually, I had surgery when I was in 12th grade, and he's like, well, no, I'm just tired. So he's like, okay, so you admit you look like fucking shit right now because like you're giving this whole explanation of why you look so crazy and cryptic.
Why?
Yeah,
I literally just noticed that your picture is Kevy Keb.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, like, you and like JFK and James, you came up here. You came up here and you came up on the show and then you said something, we heard you and we're listening to the show and you said something. So let's do a prayer because that said something.
Right on, Kevy.
I know they're just some suckers though. And it's all because you know what, and like the goat, like what he going through, and just because they ain't him, that's where all this come from. Just because they ain't him, just because women who thought they was gonna be the ones ain't the ones. That's where all this come from. And anybody who rocking with him, they coming after him. But we ready for whatever they want over here. But it's just so fucked up, right? That because they ain't where they want to be. Old ass niggas ain't where they want to be. They still this fucking mad and pathetic and would go as low and do some of the dirtiest, scummy shit they doing right now. Man, they some suckers, bro, in real life.
It really turned me into LG for a minute watching all that happen, where I was like, excuse me, bitch? Excuse me, bitch? Like, the way she did it. It's like,
I was like, when's the next hearing? I gotta get up here. I'm gonna fucking smack that guy.
Mo was like, ugh. But like, so let's name the top most street guy from the street things they did. 1, brag about him going to jail, because that's what street guys do, right?
Oh my.
Yeah.
Get really, really upset.
I love Mary B's lists. I just love it. Everybody subscribe to Mary B. Oh, here we go. Disclaimer. But everybody subscribe to Mary B.
How to be a street guy, okay? According to Randall, the Scandal, and Co. All right. 1, laugh and rejoice and giggle at the fact of a guy getting hemmed up and going to jail. Very street, very hood. 2, get really, really offended and upset about a specific girl that a straight guy is talking to the point where you like have to question him about it and like need to know why he forgave a girl. Actually make it sound like you are his ex yourself while asking that. Very hood, very street. Let's see what else. Oh.
It's dusty down there, JFK.
I get really offended when someone calls you a wigger and then get into your car and do a stream to prove that your skin is white and go through your heritage and say I'm not and take it as an offense like that that's very straight.
Oh,
Very,
and
very, very straight. Make sure
to
everyone
point-
knows you're white. You're white. Hello.
Yeah, make sure to point out that the
give him your
N-word-
23 and me. That's the
Yeah.
offense. Oh, I can't believe not the word, but I can't believe that you would even think that I was black, I guess. I don't know.
Right,
So put that on the
because
list.
make sure to connect the N-word with skin color.
Yeah.
Leave no doubt that you see the two as the same thing.
Yeah, he like went and got a blood test. Like, I don't even have 1/8 black in me.
Damn, that motherfucker did that? Shit.
No.
But he ran down his heritage, Ray. He said, like,
yeah, he was like, I'm from whatever. It's like,
and
we
he
know.
said,
Okay.
what color is my skin? Whoa.
Oh, the same shit. How many black people are in here? Press one, face ass.
Yeah.
Some shit.
Black people in the chat, press 1. Put your ones
I
up.
got part Sicilian in me, so I mean, it's a very small amount, but it
You got some
counts, okay?
Sicilians. We got Sicilians
So
right
we,
here.
Mo.
Yep,
Mo,
me and
we
Mary
have-
B are Sicilians.
Yep.
I mean,
So
I'm
we're
mostly
all-
white. I got a little Sicilian, a little bit.
Well, I'm like 2% African, actually. Just saying.
Oh, look at you. You could fit right into the hood booger clear. Yeah.
I mean,
And
that's smooth face himself right there. Right
from
there.
From the beginning of this recording gate, I couldn't believe the show of street credibility and
You forgot the hat. That shady, the original shady hat is the epitome of street. You got this. You ain't got this hat. You just got a label on it. You don't have a label on it. Look at this plastic bag I got. This came out in 2005. People, label. I'm telling you. You listening?
let me see your label. Turn that head around.
Yeah, if you don't got that
Will
shit,
Henry.
Mitchell and Ness original, you ain't got the real thing, baby.
Do you know what limited edition means?
You'll know what it's like to be rocking with the greatest.
Listen to that. I know you're gonna watch this. You're gonna come here and get your content. Fine, get your content. This is an original hat.
And then talk about it for 2 more hours.
And
on multiple streams. We should just put together the hours of hat content that he has, proving his hat is cooler. Like, that's a joke, buddy. Like, nobody fucking cares where you got your stupid fucking hat. That's the whole joke. And you like just fed into the joke for a week and like are still talking about this fucking hat. I gotta get a hat, by the way.
I worked on Shady Radio.
Yeah, just ask your Walsh. She's the one that sent me the hat.
Yeah, I gotta get me one of those.
J7's the hookup too. He got mad to the point that he said to J7 she should, like, not be walking on the earth anymore.
He did. I remember when he was like, "Oh, stupid April. If I wasn't a gentleman, I'd kick your fucking ass." It's like, what?
He did one of his like static select ad reads where he like tells people to bump their head on a sink or some crap.
Oh
You
yeah,
know?
he's used that. He loves that one. Walk into a sink. It's like, what? Did that happen to somebody in your family? Why do you keep bringing up this fucking walking into a sink, hitting your head on a sink?
The go play in traffic bullshit he likes to say all the time.
And that's all prison. Actually, people have said I didn't go. I feel like I was saying that since everyone said. Well, not everyone says that, but he was like, "This is like a prison term. No one knows what that means." It's like, yeah, everyone knows what go walk in traffic means. Like,
Nobody knows my business because I haven't put it out there. But if you don't see me walking around talking about me being locked up, because I mean, I did some time and I sure the fuck don't want to talk about it all the time. Like, I'm not trying to get no street cred. Like that is
So
just
is
ridiculous.
can you confirm or deny what he says? Is that a big prison thing? Is
Unless
walking
it's in the
traffic?
men's prison, I never heard it in the women's prison.
Like
So
the toilet thing makes sense, or the sink, but like
yeah, but I
there's no
mean,
traffic in prison, so it's kind of a weird.
definitely not in the women's either. Like you don't hear shit like that unless he's just making shit up.
It would have to be a jail thing because he never did prison time. He only did jail time.
Yeah, I've never heard that in jail either. So,
And I
No.
want to know what you were doing in your cell to be like in that position to be like
banging your head off the
what were
toilet.
you doing? Was it a continual bang? Like
That's what happened. That's why he is the way he is today.
Yeah, because he really brings that up a lot. Like very specific details how someone hits their head on a sink and then falls backwards, and he like gives you the feet. Then he's like, then you take 2 steps back, and then you crack your head. It's like, wait, this sounds very so specific.
Sounds like
Cause he a soft sensitive bitch. I've never seen a soft sensitive pussy like that JF Bomb in my fucking life. You sensitive, soft minstrel on your minstrel every day ass puss. I'm sorry, ladies.
premenopausal.
But that's the other thing with pussy and cunt. Like, I just hate that everyone gets so outraged, and like, not just men, but like women that use the word cunt. Like, and I know some places don't use it as much as others, but like in Massachusetts, like you do. Like, obviously, I'm not just like walking around calling people cunts, but to act like it's such an offensive thing, and then to be like, and the fake whispering it out, like see you next Tuesday, like it's like, dude, like say that. At least I'll give Jay Brill that one thing, he did say the word cunt. It's like Randall is such a little pussy that he's like,
word. It's
I
like,
can't believe he said
on. We're all adults here. Like, you can't say a word. Come on.
That's so
Exactly. Say it with your whole chest.
Even my daughter says it. Like, she'll text me and be like, she's acting like a fucking cunt right now. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, I mean, they're just dumb.
And like sometimes there's
They
not
also
another
need-
word to describe it. It's kind of like, I don't know a better word for that, because it's not like being a bitch, like bitch isn't like the same thing. It's just like, oh,
Yeah,
you're
it's
just like a
way
miserable
beyond
cunt.
bitch. Even
Well,
a guy can
Mo-
get, I mean, come on.
Mo, we were discussing this, right? Like over there, it's so common. It's such a common word to use, right?
Yeah. I mean, I
Like-
wouldn't say it's like my grandma's not using it. Bless her, rest in peace. But
It's
yeah,
like way more. So like if I said it here to somebody that like if I was just talking with a friend and we will say like everything. But if I said that word, it would be like, dang. Like, or if I called somebody that here, I'm talking about in like Michigan, we just don't use it like that. Whereas like I've heard everybody that I've heard saying it, who's from New England, it's just like
that's what I'm
an
saying. Like,
everyday
yeah, we
word.
like, and we're having a conversation or whatever. It's like, I swear a lot, but and so it'll come out, but it's just it's like I guess conversationally, you know what I mean? Like I'm just but next, you don't even think about it like that.
And then you realize you say it without noticing. Remember?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what you tell me that I do use cunt on a regular basis.
But it's the whatever you call it, geographical syntax.
Yeah, but like, say you were there, if it was even there when it's like, ooh, you called her this. I mean, would this be an issue then of like, well, that person is, I don't know, like the outrage, the clutching, I hate that phrase. I can't believe I almost just said it. I hate clutching the phrase. But you know what I mean? Like up in arms, like, ooh, like, do you really get that offended by it? And it's like, that is what free speech is. It's not calling someone a pedophile, but you can call somebody a cunt.
Yeah, that's way better than that word.
Yeah, well, that's not libelous. And what people could say what they want. The way Aiden said it, it was a term of endearment, given the context and how he said
Love
it.
language, like literally.
And if you can see my new picture, hi, this is Meredith O'Neill. I lost my job. And I don't know if you've seen my Klaus Barron account, but that's my account. And I say the word cunt every single day. And then I go
But
on my other thing and I cry about the word cunt. And anyways, I'm not looking for a job, clearly, because all I do is go on Twitter. But can you
at
give me
the hour
money?
on
Can you
the
donate to
hour.
my fund? Even though every hour, multiple
And she
tweets.
always got something to say. I ain't read it all, but I can't wait to go see what she's saying about the Prince of Massachusetts and Jimmy himself. You know, you
Oh my
always
God,
say
it's like
big
a.
banana
I
peel
wrote a
head bitch
novel that I
always saying
posted.
something.
It's in Nan too. There's a couple novels right now on Twitter that are her responding to Nan. First, I thought it was Meredith just responding to herself because Nan has her profile that it's not just like you're blocked, like I don't know what it is. She has to accept you. Like you can't see any of her posts. But so I thought Meredith was just, because she goes, the more that I think about it, and she writes another novel to herself, but I guess it's to Nan too. But it's just about, she got mad about Jimmy again. Okay, now we're mad again about Jimmy. And I guess because Jimmy's album is doing so well. But what about your album, Helen? I heard that's dropping.
I got a
He's gonna
live
go
studio
platinum.
album coming up. We going. I think it's couldn't tell you when that shit's supposed to be released, but it's gonna hit more charts than Deb could have ever done. You don't even know. Don't even know.
Yeah.
You guys don't know about SoundCloud? It lasts forever.
LimeWire. Have you ever heard of LimeWire?
Oh my God.
Oh
Ray,
Lord.
I just gave you my picture that I was working on when this started. That's what I was doing. I was working on the picture that I just put backstage.
I don't know how to even do this. I saw you had one up for a second. I thought it was the meatballs.
Yeah, that's what
But I
was.
couldn't see it. I'm blind. I couldn't.
Well, I put it on this. I put it backstage. If Ray wants, there we go.
Oh.
It has to stop.
Oh, this is genius.
Oh my God. Did everybody know that that Mary B invented Cocker and Daniel? I hope everybody knows that she has a lot of artwork. Cookie's also a great artist.
Tell that story.
But
Oh,
Mary B came. She is the one who invented, and the original. Everybody knows from the Jimmy Chat with the original Cocker Daniel up on someone's leg. That was Mary B, and the face that we use for all those Cocker Daniels, which
So funny.
is just so good.
Okay, y'all, I gotta hop out of StreamYard, but I'm gonna hop in chat because I gotta go do something on the other side of the house, and I'm gonna lose Wi-Fi.
I was just
Love
gonna
you,
say,
bro.
All right, thank you, Helen, for coming on.
I love y'all.
Disclaimer.
Love you too.
Thanks, Helen.
See you later. She is at the building, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, is she?
Mo, I was making this while I was reading your text while I was in the oil change place getting my oil change, and started this on the spot.
When the I don't know, it's like creativity. Once you get it in your head,
I was
Mary's like, whoop, she
inspired.
drops everything and just.
But right there, the guy's like trying to ask me like questions. I'm just like, ugh.
I mean, and I want to make I think there should be a book like of all this stuff. And, when you're texting like the other day, like, cause some of them I know, and Jimmy would pull up, Jimmy loves you, obviously. And is always displaying your artwork, but there's like so many, we need to make like it's so fucking funny. You gotta show some of this stuff. You're just so good.
I told him he should make a nannerism of the day, like daily calendar with everyone's artwork. Like he has.
But I don't like Nan's name like being with the artwork. Like, can we keep them separate? Put her in like the
fart work.
Oh, I slowed down Mike's video, and the funniest part that you might not notice, and I gotta send it to you, but is his mouth. He's like, whoop. You like go, and it goes right in line. And when you look at when you detach the audio and see it, it's like right in line with the fart. He was like, whoopsie daisy. It's so fucking funny. It's so funny. Even though I hate fart jokes. I always have hated fart jokes, but like for
What?
some reason, I know I've never been a fart joke girl.
Yeah,
But
but that bitch ass dude.
this one is just, I love it. I love every second of it.
Oh, go ahead, man.
Ray's reaction to Mike's fart is hands down the best thing I've ever seen in my life.
I gotta hear
it. It was a live react. I sent it to him and he pulled it up and he went on, what was it, like a good 40 minutes.
Man.
Oh, man.
It's the slowdowns for me. When he slow-mos it, oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, the voice, especially with those guys, it's like so funny. Jay Brill on slow-mo is like...
Yeah, that's like, I mean, he already talks in slow-mo.
Yeah. So it's like... And man, like he just looked, I guess all I've talked about is the trial and people, what they're wearing and look like. I feel bad. But Jay Brill, whatever. It's like he did look 100 years older than what he looks like on the camera, right?
Yeah, and he didn't sleep.
A little decrepit. I mean, okay, not sleeping one night doesn't cause that.
I don't know if it was one. I don't.
Like, what type of girl ass shit is that?
Well, they don't sleep because when do they sleep? Because they're like on for 13-hour stream and then it's like a 2-hour break and then an 8-hour stream. It's like I don't think they do sleep.
Yeah, but what type of girl ass shit is that to say, oh, I didn't sleep? You bitch. And what type of girl ass shit is that to say, I miss money? You miss money to come out here and look like a hoe? You piece of shit. Like, I ain't gonna never miss no money to come out there and look like a bitch. And
well, I love Turtle Boy's view because you know, like on his camera, you could pick up his sound, and then he's like, all right, we freed James? Like, do we need to free you too? Because he's like going there doing his bitch work, and also, I mean, they know in their minds like Turtle Boy's not gonna be able to like fight them, and like even if it was like in self-defense, you know, he's like they're gonna like. Turtle Boy's gonna get some kind of fucking hate for it. So it's like, I don't think if it was normal situation, they would have Jay Brill would have ever had the fucking balls to like walk up and act like that if he didn't know that Turtle Boy was on bail.
Yeah, I bet if I was right there, he wouldn't act like that with the go, because I would have let it be known. You touch him, we're going to have problems. This man facing too much. Yeah, I'm the huckleberry, going to protect him at all costs. I wish I would have been right there when you pushed his hand out the way. But
I mean, they haven't mentioned boxing since like they found out who you are, because they were like, whoop, boxing. And then they're like, let's not bring that up again.
They wouldn't though, right? That's the thing. Like that's what I said back when all this started and all this stuff was going on with Will. I'm like, no, if all that's gonna happen, if they get face to face, is they're gonna like acknowledge he's there, maybe go like this. That's it. Nobody's going to, these men are all like 50-something years old. Okay. JFK, Randy, he's a pawpaw. He's Pawpaw Randy now. These men are not going to fight each other. It's stupid. They all probably need osteobiflex. Like, nobody's fighting. Nobody's doing anything that's dumb. Will knows that. And that's why Will says, like, what do I have to be afraid of?
Man, the OG showed up like a boss on their whole ass. Like showing he at the pizza shop, showing he at the courthouse. Them hoes, that whole ass Jay bitch in there didn't show up there with your pussy off-brand tow truck driving ass dirty face. But man.
And then did you hear him the next day? He was saying because like where he is, and then he's like, no, I'm not in Georgia. I'm in Massachusetts now. It's like, wait a minute. So you were in Massachusetts? And then he's like, well, I might have been in Brooklyn. But it's like so if you were in Massachusetts, why couldn't you go? I thought your whole excuse was because you were in Georgia, like fucking creaming your chair, like look up in the camera, like, oh yeah, get him. It's the first time I saw his old grandpa white teeth. You know, the white teeth that like old people get? Because he hasn't smiled in like 3 months. So this is the first time I saw him smiling. And he has those like ding, those flashy grandpa teeth that are like, you got new teeth, buddy? You know, like they're very straight and white. Like,
And it's just
so,
so
but if he
crazy.
was in Massachusetts, then why isn't he down there?
Yeah, because he's a sucker, because he's sending his flunkies. And what's crazy is, like, I've been on here 4 or 5 months. They act like I was just hiding. Bitch, I've been out on these airways for the last 12 plus years. You bitches just took a long time to find out who the fuck I was, you dummies.
But it's right that he's just like, I mean, it's like that scorned ex shit. Like everything that you're talking about always comes back around to Aiden. It's like, so wait, I thought you were talking about when you're talking about Will, when he's talking about you, when he's talking about Kelsey, when he's talking about different cases. Like, how does it that every topic that you're ever addressing in your show always ends up you're talking about Aiden? It's like it's just nuts.
It's hard to find, like, you always try to see the motivation behind something, right? Like we say all the time, what's the end game?
What's your fucking point? The game show. Remember what is your fucking point? Like,
Yeah.
what's your fucking point?
Yeah, like, and then it's like, okay, you're really, really mad at Aiden, like deeply, intimately angry at him, and are doing no different really than Meredith is doing, and just trying to hurt anybody in his orbit. Oh God.
And then, like the GOAT always said, once these bitches turn against them, all of them click up with each other. Like, and they click up with motherfuckers who done did some of the horriblest shit to the GOAT. Like, he can't make this up. This is a story that just can't be made up.
And like, did you see now? It was like the brand, like now, Turtle Boy, whatever. Brandy was being Boston Brandy, Weymouth Brandy, but with a fake accent from not Weymouth. Now they were posting all pictures of like Meredith and Brandy. They're like, you like this? Like, what? Nobody cares. Yeah, we assumed you probably would become friends. Like, what? But yeah, they were like, that she contracted it. Everybody, this is a very serious disease. People get vaccinated. Go to your, TBDS is very rampant.
Hold up, she taking pictures with Giraffe?
Yeah.
Or like it might have been an old picture, but it was, and Nan was posting and like this. She's not a Turtle Boy called her a tailgater. I wish. I mean, I couldn't comment, and I wouldn't, but I commented in my head. I'm like, the tailgater. Nan calling some people the tailgaters. Like, Nan, you didn't even know Brian Higgins' name. Like, what are you talking about?
And that's what pissed me off too, with her and her weenie ass husband. Like, her husband, you's a bitch. Like, you shouldn't even allow your woman to get on here and talk to a man like that unless she right about something. Then you sitting there like a weenie just letting her talk. And then you finally get on the phone. You hoe ass pussy. And then you say, the GOAT meet y'all somewhere, you nothing ass, and tell me you'll pay some money. Like he needs your fucking money. Boston piece of shit. Like
I mean, the best part was, but Aiden just he is asking her, several times, like, okay, so you're saying it's what I did was wrong, okay, but you're telling me that it's okay what Meredith did, okay, and she wouldn't answer the question, and then finally she's like, is like, well, yeah, because you're a jerk. It's like, there you go. Yep, that's the whole point. So you do think that it's wrong what Meredith is, but you don't care, and you're just putting all the blame on Turtle Boy because you don't like him, and that's just the fucking theme of all these people.
But she's such a dummy, Giraffe, because the weenie ass husband, he got on there and said, well, it's not our fault that you did something with some type of...
Brandy's in the ostrich giraffe neck family species. I didn't know.
That's what I heard. And somebody said she's taking pictures with him.
No, but I thought but when you say giraffe neck, who I'm thinking of.
Oh, no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's taking pictures with 600-inch neck, right?
Yeah.
Or putting up old pictures and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then her husband get on there and say something like, it's no way you mess with Crazy P or something like that from a woman. And I'm like, damn. And you hanging with them, that's cool with you, her husband talking about you like that. But you talk about me, he talked about you like you was a stank. Crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work. But these people out here, I see they is what they is. They just some hating ass motherfuckers of Turtle Boy.
And
Like,
that's what like Mary B's saying, like, what's your end goal? Like there's a goal on this side. We want to see like, Massachusetts change. We want to see like
man,
to try
fuck
to,
their
there's
end
never gonna
goal.
get
They ain't got
corruption.
no end goal.
We want to see Kelsey's, we want to, there's certain goals, like end goals here. And you want to see obviously Aiden to all these charges dropped or he wins or whichever way it ends up happening. But it's like when you're anti, that's what doesn't make sense to me. And when even with the Karen Reed trial, when they're like people from other countries and stuff that are getting into it, because why people get into it is like you want to rise up for justice. You want to, and you see something, you see a wrong, and you want to, you people want to get involved with movements like that. But the anti-movement to me, I'm like, it makes no sense. Like what's your end goal? You just want this person in jail, you want this. It's like I don't understand what your goal is, and it's very weird for people to come together like that for for the opposite, for the negative stuff, and for people from all different states to be like, yeah, I'm gonna get involved in this and fuck that, and being an anti. And then the same thing in the movement with JFK and them. It's like, what are you doing? Like, you don't see that this is like just hurtful. And we know why they're doing it, for their clicks and views and money
No,
and blah blah blah. It's like, but don't you have
I
any?
know why they doing it. Because they some old ass dudes who ain't never been shit. They ain't never made it to the top of the pillar, right?
But I mean, the people, the lower people that are into this, the people in the chat, in
Yeah, but what I'm
JFK's
saying,
chat,
but
like, what
that's
are you
their
doing?
motive.
What are you doing?
That's their motive, right? They mad because they ain't never been to the top or been number one in they field, and this is it for them because they old ass man and they thought they had them something right here. But when reality started to set in on them, that's when a turncoat plan started out, and everybody want to talk about the GOAT and like who he fucking. I'm finna say this real quick, and there's no pun intended with Karen Reed, right? But let's sit there and talk about like who the GOAT doing what he doing with, but y'all crucify him for that. But Karen Reed was, like I say, she was tongue kissing Brian niggas at John O'Keefe door.
Yeah, I brought that point up before. How like how Aiden and Karen are no different because both of them got into a situation that both of them ended up in a situation for themselves to be victims of corruption.
Yeah.
They made choices they're not proud of, but not choices that deserved what was given to them and what was persecuted onto them. So they're literally no different. Both of them were they exploited a misstep of their life to persecute them. Both same exact corrupt government doing it. So if you're saying if you're out front in that courthouse bragging about Turtle Boy going to jail, what? That means you want the corruption to win.
They do. Because they wanted to win because they want to be in that position. So they would do like whatever it takes. They act like they was cool with cuz. Then when they seen this was over with and they was in the same position, then that's when the plan started. From Crybaby Crawford, the man who could never achieve one thing to be on top.
And I think that's why I watched them, like, and I because when the whole shit with Karen and Turtle Boy, like, I'm thinking, like, I'm like, this is the same cause. Like, I didn't like the, that people were upset about however she acted after the trial. Not like I was still watching everybody, and and I'm watching you, Ray, trying to like convince you, but so it's not like I was picking one or the other, but I still watched them, and why I liked it was like, because all right, you must see they see the bigger picture here isn't about who's mad at who. It's like the same shit. And so if anyone, I'm like, Turtle Boy should understand this, that you're in the same boat or whatever. So you to not have that like divide. And I guess that's why we liked them. But they are not. They are the opposite of that now. And obviously, like, I mean, we don't watch that show except for like when we have to memorialize it. But you know what I mean? Like, and then they say we're just all turtle dick riders. It's like, no, I didn't. The same way that I don't like what's happening now. It's like I didn't like it then, and you know that because we were like went on your show and
That's
shit.
just a cop out. That's just a cop out for them to say because they audience.
But that's so hypocritical. They're just such fucking.
I know
hypocrites.
because they audience not as big as the GOAT audience, right? So they would love if somebody would say, "Hey, that's your leader." They look. J Bum wish people could call his shit what they try to say about Turtle Boy. He wish he had many people who ride for the GOAT that arrive for him like that. So it's easy for people to throw shade like that and be disingenuous when they can't even look at reality and see what the GOAT did and how he started this movement, right? And prevailed it to where we all came together. It's all of jealous, envious, and hate because they some suckers. You know, this dude want to talk about, oh, I work for Shady Radio. Nobody gives a fuck. That shit ain't been popping since 2000. Shut the fuck up talking about Shady Radio. What the fuck have you did for me lately? Right? Like, dude, stop. Right? Stop. Like, I be and that's why I used to talk to him like I talk to him, because they like some blast in the past ass motherfucker. You want to talk about Paul Wall? Dude, I interview championship fucking fighters on a regular. Got him in my phone right now. I ain't brought them here yet because there's some other shit. You dummy. Stop
and
talking
like
about.
you didn't have to tell anyone about that, you know, because like no one knew, until that happened. And they always have the need. They always have the need. They have to prove themselves, or even it's like Jay Brill answering to like, why do you look like that? He's like, well, I didn't get sleep. I didn't put on my eye mask. It's like, okay, like you like there's a level of lack of confidence that when you react like that. And you have to keep saying, I mean, the same thing with that hat. It's like there's something going on with you that you feel the need that you get so angry. It's like that's all just like a complete lack of, not to sound like Chimmy here, who because I'm not a doctor or therapist, but you know, just yeah. But I'm on the JFK show, so it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're not saying it. She's saying it.
Yeah, fuck that.
Anyways.
But look, but this thing right here, like what I was gonna say, Mary B and Dump know when I first came on here. I wasn't trying to, well, Dump really knew, right? But I wasn't trying to tell nobody who the fuck I was, like or what I did in no other field. I want to come prove myself without putting that other shit over here, and still gonna do it. Right? But they wanted it to be like that. They want to find out who a motherfucker was so bad.
Cookie, I just saw that your chat. Their live streams are just modern day love letters to TB and OG Hefe. For real, for real. That is 100%
Their live
on. That
streams
is
are
100% accurate.
They're just Patsy Cline songs, essentially.
Exactly.
To them. Yeah, and imagine where he'd be right now if he just kept doing his thing and being content with himself. Like, that's a bummer, truly, to me, is like, because I did enjoy the show. Like, I was a fan, and I watched them all the time. Imagine where they'd be now if they just stayed the course and didn't start acting like ditzy girls about everything. That's the bummer of it. And then at the same time, it wouldn't be so bad to do that if you weren't also like dismantling a beautiful, powerful movement that was actually doing good to help Massachusetts and inspiring people around the world.
Exactly.
And I agree 100%. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And so hypocritical about Turtle Boy. It's like, oh, you're a fake journalist, but then you're bitching about how he's not covering the Jigga trial. It's like, but I thought you said he's a shitty fucking journalist, right? Didn't you say he's a terrible journalist? So why would you want him doing it?
They got mad at him for mentioning Jigga, and they got mad at Baker for it. They got mad. Jabril came into Baker's chat to tell him to keep Jigga's name out of his mouth. And then they got mad at, I believe it was Turtle Boy, because Turtle Boy brought up Jigga. Or like when they did, they were complaining about it. And then it's like, how much?
And then that's what he was saying outside the courthouse. He's like, you wouldn't cover this because it was a conflict. It's like, oh, okay, well, I thought you said he sucks at this, so I don't get it. Like, but
Right.
yeah. And then if they try to, they're like, no. It's almost similar to like all these people that are like, they block me. Like, no, you blocked me.
So they just said, forget Jigga, huh? Like, ain't no more work on him. Y'all just stop talking about him, huh?
I think it would be in their best interest if they really truly want Jigga's and rest in peace Jigga, for his story to get out there and get as much support as possible, that they stop alienating everybody from it and calling them all names. That's just my opinion.
Just like the picture say, it has to stop. But but look.
No, that's Meredith. That's Meredith being the victim. That's the victim right there. And you have to stop all this terror. The people are so mean to Meredith.
The bullying.
She's been the subject, the victim of all this bullying. Meredith O'Neill. Did you ever? That's who the victim is. Everybody. If you
And
didn't know.
just the nerve of that long pencil neck weasel of a woman, right? To just play victim after she out here victimizing so many people.
So many, everyone. Name them. She did. She victimized them. So like, I was like, is this satire? When I read that, like, are you kidding me right now?
And I never use Grok, but I use it to Jimmy will use Grok. And if you just ask one of these things, like, does anything she say about mental health a bit hypocritical? They're like, it's like 18 pages of Grok. Like, check out this one, like, of how hypocritical she is. Like, Grok's pretty great if you guys ever want to get lost on Grok.
Oh, girl, trust me. Me and Grok get into it often.
I heard Jigga family denounced him or something. I don't know. I could be wrong.
I don't know if they appreciated Jabril's display the other day, but
and like, wouldn't there be something he could be doing to like further Jigga's case instead of even if it's that whatever hours it took for him to drive there and do this thing? That's not helping anybody. Except just trying to intimidate. Why not go do something about the Jigga?
Y'all see what Helen just said? She said then when Jigga's sister said that she still would like TB to talk about, the situation, Bitch Boy said, oh, so that's what you want to do now? And she started apologizing. Man, oh, my God.
Wow.
Dang.
Damn.
I saw that in someone, maybe it was TB's or Glaire's, like talking about how someone said something about the family was like not that into them because what are they even doing?
And can I just say, like, I watched the original Jigga coverage on JFK when it happened. It was very sad. And like, I know that he was like, buying something, maybe had ingested something, whatever. But that wasn't what I associated his passing with, was drugs. Until Jabril brought that up the other day and repeated it like over and over and over again. You said it was drugs. You said it was drugs. You said it was drugs. Like, I was associating with cops using excessive force and doing wrong to where a man lost his life. That's what I associated it with until Jabril drew our attention to substances being the cause. Even if he's saying TB was the one saying it, that's not what I was thinking. And now other people might be thinking that, like, was it drugs? Why can't you just say, like, I'm going to bury this away for what it takes to get more support for Jigga and for the people we care about? That's what Aiden did all the years of the trials.
Yep. And what's crazy is they talk about some of the craziest shit, but get mad when somebody talk about some shit they got going. But they finna get a whole nother ball game of how I'm coming. Cause I'm finna show these bitch ass dudes, right? Stop playing with me. Like real talk, because they super soft sensitive when it comes to something that's close to them. So I'm gonna touch the closest thing to you bitches, right? But Mary B, enough about me. Man, when are you gonna come back on?
I don't know. I have this thing where like I don't tell anybody until the last minute.
Yeah,
I'll try to get better though.
No, I get it though, but I know. Trial update. The jury asked if they wanted to go home or continue delivering. They want to stay. Oh shit! They want to stay.
Uh-oh.
Oh look.
Well, I have to hop off, but I'll go.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go and end it. That's why I want to end
sorry,
it.
we veered it away from the
No, this was great. I want to thank you, Mo. It's pretty kooky. Helen Keller. Who else came up for Moes? And that was about it, right? Shout out to all you beautiful ladies. Let's
Pretty
continue to do this.
Kooky. I love that song.
Pretty
I
Kooky.
love that song so much.
Oh, thank you, Mary B. I appreciate it. I was inspired by Ray, and I was like, I'm just gonna do it. I wrote it, I got it, and like, boom.
Everything about it is. I love it. I love it so much.
That shit got me on one. And that's what we're going to do. Before I end the show, I'm going to play this song. Then end the show. I love everybody. Salute. See you soon.
Love you.
Love you. Night.
You a daisy if you do, but I ain't got shit to prove. Dust, gold tooth, little Bruce, smile sharp enough to choose. Bang, bang, right through your cool. Walking like a rumor with a pulse. Lip curl sweeter than gold. My eyes say
turn up.
You freeze like salt.
Turn up. Hey. Hey.
Step up, I'll clear the room. You're a daisy if you do. You're a daisy if you do. All aces in my hand, better back. Tongue sharp like a tag, hit a click clack. You wanted that heat, now it's time to meet the sun. No shade, just black. Walk,
Love
walk,
you too,
walk,
Helen
walk.
Keller.
Hammer in my lap. Halo, crooked, heart attack. Say your piece, talk that trash. I turn every word to glass.
Laura Arnado, love you. Maybe I love you. Akasha, love you.
You wanted that,
I know how to do
whole
that.
damn stack. Got your hustle, got your hustle. Step up, I clear the room. Smile sharp enough to do. You're a daisy if you do.
And then y'all, how do you send people? See, I'm a boomer. How do you do that? How do you send people to people? How do you send people to Oh yeah. Y'all heard Pretty Kooky. And we're gonna promote the shit out there, Pretty Kooky, for real. Hey, how do people be sending people to somewhere else? But hey, I'll figure it out next time. Love y'all.
TRUF. Truth.
He's the mirage in the rear view glass.
It's Ray from Dallas.
Let slip past. Was he here? Was he there? Was he ever mine?
Ray from Dallas?
Just a trick played by time.
This dude is savage as fuck.
Or just a dream?
What up, Ray from Dallas?
Beam. Ray from Dallas. Tell me true.
He's fun.
Hi, Ray.
This appears to be a black man.
Ray from Dallas.
Let's take this walk.
Is he real or just a dream?
falling stars over razor beam. Ray from Dallas, tell me true, are you the myth or the man I knew?
This dude is
Savage as fuck.